See you in there. Hey, Ma.
Okay. You could text me.
Let's party. Let's party. Let's party.
Catwalk. The catwalk. Catwalk. Destroy your stuff on the catwalk. Do your thing, show your bling, make it look good on a catwalk. Destroy your stuff on the catwalk. Do your thing, show your bling, make it look good on a catwalk. On a catwalk.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my stream. Uh, Hopefully, I'm unmuted and you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, I can see that I'm green, so I'm no longer muted. Welcome back. If you notice, I've done a little bit in my studio. Uh, I was waiting for, hey, a rookie mistake. But anyway, I have been away for a while, but it was not intentional. I've had some equipment updates. So I have a new computer gifted from my fabulous children. I've got my mic, my stream deck. They gifted me a panel light. So I am really in business. And again, it's been a while, but loving the sign and the pink theme in the background. Thank you. Thank you. I even got my little lamp. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you can see that a little bit on stream. But I'm still working. I got to fix that whole area back there. But I was working on my sign. There's a part up top that you can't really see, but I'm loving the way you can see. So what now? It's really pink on my end. So I'm loving that. Wow, these kids of yours sound amazing. You should make them some cake next time you see them. Hey, I got something for my kids. We're gonna play pickleball. I have been playing pickleball. You see my hat, God's favorite, and I got on my jersey. I played pickleball in this today, and I got on my little tennis skirt. Boo, that's not cake. Well, I can do that too. I can make cake, but you'll have so much more fun playing pickleball. So, what have I been up to? Let's see. I have been, like I said, working on this sign. I painted it with flat paint. That didn't work. I painted it with um spray paint. That didn't work. It left a sheen on it. We play pickleball to burn off the cal. Yes, and that you will, but cake first. Okay, that's a deal. That's a deal. So I ended up covering my sign with some velveteen that I had that was old. So I didn't waste good velveteen, but I would not trust this velveteen to make a garment out of because it is ancient. It's good enough for a sign, but it definitely is not good enough for clothing. So I did that. Um, After that, I had some client work that I've been working on. I did some alterations for a wedding, and the wedding turned out so beautiful. The gown, the bride's gown was gorgeous. The mom and the sister, it was two sisters getting married at two separate times. Isn't there a book called The Velveteen Rabbit? Yes, there is, but it's Velveteen, Teen, not Velveteen. So yes, The Velveteen Rabbit, that is a book. And so I did that client work. And what I've also been doing, I do upcycling. I'm at a concert, so I don't have audio, but hope you have a great stream. Oh, thank you. Let me see if I could type this in. So, this is so this is I had so many things that I wanted to show you that I was working on, and sometimes the perfectionist in me gets the best of me because I want everything just right. Like right before I came on stream, I was looking for a needle, and one thing I have a friend that I went to high school and college with, and I would always ask she designs clothing and shoes. Her Instagram is Shay Angel. She designs Crocs and she designed them for Oprah Winfrey and Gayle King and Rolanda Watts. But anyway, when we were in high school, I would always lose my needles and I would always say, "Hey Shay, do you have an extra needle?" And she would always come through for me. Well, I don't have her now to pass me a needle. So I while I was off stream, I was looking for a needle so that I could be prepared when I start streaming. So I may have to do a be right back and go find a needle because I don't want to be on stream searching for this mysterious needle. Um, I did have a needle at one point, had to have had a needle, and I just cannot, for the life of me, find my needle right now. And in order to do what I'm going to do, I am going to need a needle. So I am going to show you what I have been up to as far as upcycling. Today, we're going to be crafting and upcycling jeans. We've taken my friend and I, we upcycle jeans and make them into belts. And I think uh, the tie that you've seen came from the same person that inspired me to do the tie. And on my Instagram, I do have where I've styled that tie that I made on stream and um, can you guys hear music? Do I need to turn my music on? Let me know if you can hear. I understand music never stops. Can you hear music? Anyone? 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 Can't hear music. Okay, let me get us some music in the background. Okay. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. Again, rookie mistakes, but I'm learning and I'll get there. So, as they say, without further ado, I'm going to show you some of the designs that we have been working on. And the problem is that no two okay, saxophone. No two denim belts. We call them belts because you can wear it over a bodycon, over another pair of jeans, over a pair of cute shorts, and just really style the heck out of these. So the first pair that you're going to see is African inspired. So this is one that we cut and we have been working on. So that's one. And anywhere from these take anywhere from 3 hours to 5 hours, 6 hours trying to come up with the design. A lot of moving parts. So this is another one that I'm working on, that I'm going to work on tonight. And then
Buchanan's
one
playlist
that's
got
similar
some
to this one
Spotify
because we
premium
loved
ultimate
the
destination
lace
for the best
so
in Latin
much.
music. Así que
This was kind
sube
of
el
falling
volumen
apart.
and
Let me
raise a
kind of
glass to proudly celebrate a
pin it
musical community that's 100% Hispanic and 100% American.
so that you can
Because
see
we
it.
are the spirit of the 200%. Buchanan's. Click or tap the banner to learn more. Sip
So this
responsibly.
is
Buchanan's blend is Scotch
another
whiskey,
one.
40% alcohol by volume, imported by Diageo, New York.
So what I'm going
There's
to
only
do
one
on
place where
stream tonight,
possibilities are bubbling
yes,
around
it's a
every
belt.
corner, where the topiaries have character,
Show them a
where you can
little
taste garden-grown
teak in those
flavors from
shorts.
around the
They're
world,
not,
and where you can dig into some
no,
rockin'
it's not
tunes
shorts.
all spring
It's a
long.
belt,
Can you
but you
guess
could
where that
wear
is?
like some cute little
Epcot
shorts
International
underneath it.
Flower and Garden Festival.
And most of the time when we
Spring
do
into
shows,
possibilities
it's
now
usually
through
the
June
men
2nd.
that
And at the
say,
Walt
"Oh,
Disney World Annual
what do they
Pass,
wear
you can
that
visit
with?"
more Epcot festivals
And
all year long.
we say they wear it over a skirt, or so like we put one over an African print once, and that was really nice. So what I'm going to do tonight is start sewing on the lace because that needs to be done by hand. And then I'm also going to sew down areas where I've pieced together pockets, and we try to save the pockets so that they're still usable. So I don't like to stitch them down. So I go through great lengths to make sure the pocket is still accessible. So I am going to be right back. I need to can we see a demo? A demo of what would you like to see a demo of? We're gonna sew tonight. It's given House of Darion. Oh, okay. So I am going to be right back. I'm going to go look for a needle so that I can start hand sewing. I usually hand sew lace on. I don't like gluing, and I like taking my time, and that's why they're a little bit more expensive. We sell these um, anywhere from $35 up to $135. Oh, you modeling the belt. Well, you wouldn't be able to see my waist. Like if I stand up, I don't think you can see. Let me see. I don't know that you can see. You can't really see what it looks like. But I will have pictures to post of what we styled it with. So I'm going to be right back. Okay. Guys, I am back. I'm back. I'm back. Let's see, I'm trying to move my. We went through this the last time. So you can kind of see. Trying to move my machine back out of the way. And I am going to put something underneath here just to make sure I don't stitch through. I'm going to open this up. Hopefully you can see what I'm working on. This is the lace piece, and actually the netting and the netting has been cut away from this lace piece. Why is this opening? Okay. So I think I'm gonna use embroidery thread because it almost matches this really, really well. But I'm gonna double it. Or let's see, maybe I won't. No, I think I'm gonna use regular thread because sometimes embroidery thread is not as strong and I don't want this to come off. So I found my needles, yay! And this is Gutamin thread that I'm using. And it is 100% polyester. Sometimes I use Gutamin's silk thread when I'm working with silk. But since this isn't silk, it's cotton, polyester thread is fine. Is the music okay? I am going to single knot my thread because I'm going to be doing back stitching, and so that should be fine. I'm going to remove this little button that I placed there. When I'm designing, my partner and I, when we're designing, we try to look at things before we actually make a final determination that that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to start here at the bottom, and I am just going to start back stitching. This is the same technique that I use when I'm hand sewing lace on wedding gowns. So if you back stitch, that ends up being a very strong stitch. It is time consuming, but it is well worth how it's going to look. And before I go on, I always do like the little pieces. And I'm stitching close to the edge of the lace, the design. I might even go around it because this has a tendency sometimes to pull away, and I don't want that to happen. So every so often I may go around. That's why I try to find thread that blends in with the lace design. Because when you cut lace away, some of the stability is gone. Back stitching does not look amazing when I do it. You have to take small stitches. Right now I'm doing like a whip stitch. And you always have to stitch in front of you, not like go backwards. But if you can see, let's see if I can bring this closer. Let's see. I'm trying to let you see what's happening here, what I'm talking about. The lace pulling away right there. I don't know if you can see that or not, but I'll go back and catch that. So I'm just going to keep, okay. Sometimes people use two strands of thread, and really for it not to be seen, it's best to use one strand of thread. I have two in here, but I'm only using a single strand of thread as I'm back stitching. And as you can tell, this is time consuming because you can't make your stitches so tiny. I mean, not so tiny, so big. You want them small because you don't want them seen. And then sometimes your thread knot up. It knots up like it just did, and you have to go back and try to keep it from knotting up. So when somebody says, "Oh, why does that cost so much?" I'm just going to move this pin and move that up. Repin that. This is why. Now I know some crafters that have done some of these, they hot glue everything, but I don't hot glue stuff like this. Real sewing. How much do you sell these belts for? Anywhere from the simple ones around $35, $40. The more time it takes to create it, the price goes up. So it could go up to $135 to $165.
U.S. News and World
Depending
Report
on the
has designated
materials
only a
that's
single
used
firm in Brevard County
and
as
how long
tier
it
one,
takes
and
to
that firm
create
is
the
Nance
design.
Statutory.
Because one thing people forget when you're talking about something that's handcrafted and hand designed,
Legendary results.
it's taken hours to create these designs. So you're not only paying for the work, the labor. For example, this one, I think I've already invested 4 hours into coming up with the design, cutting off the jeans, and then letting the jean itself kind of dictate what style we wanted to put with it.
Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My friend Natasha has a Instagram page. It's called Hair Hugs by Natasha, for anybody that wears locks and that kind of stuff. She makes these hair wraps out of knit, and she does African prints, and they are so cool. She has a couple of videos on her page, and she sells those as well, and those sell for around 25, I think it's $25 to $35, but they're really cute. And if you like African prints, that's primarily what she uses to make them. Oh, thank you, Shadowhawk, for putting that in there. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But she and I collaborate on these denim belts. We went shopping to purchase the jeans, and we thrifted them and then had to wash them and looking for different sizes so that we have a variety of sizes, because for some reason, it's easy to find the little tiny sizes. The larger sizes sometimes aren't necessarily there. And we do get requests from a variety of people in different sizes. Okay, I got to make sure I'm not stitching my pocket down. And I was. Ugh. I think I'm going to put something inside the pocket so that I don't do that. Okay. Let's see, I'm going to take that out a little because I was stitching that down. Okay, it was just that one stitch, so I need to find, okay, just something to stick in this pocket to keep from stitching the pocket down, because like I said earlier, I like to keep the pockets accessible so you get function, so that they're functional. And I know that's just something that I figure if the pocket is there, women love pockets. Uh, you missed some questions. Okay. What questions did I miss? Oh, don't so often, but when I do, I have to have a thimble. Is your thumb just or are you so skilled now that you don't get poked? For something like this, I it's so light, and I'm not, well, I am using, I guess, my middle finger to push the needle, but the tip of the needle is not that fine, so it doesn't poke into my finger. But theoretically, yeah, I should be using a thimble, but I'm so used to sewing without a thimble. The only time I start sewing with a thimble is when I'm doing a lot of hand sewing, and the fabric might be strong, like very a heavy weight of fabric. But something like this is so lightweight that I don't get stuck. And sometimes I'm using my finger to guide the needle as well. So if you can see, that part is tacked down very well, but I basically have to do this to this entire piece, and then there are some places where I've got to go back in, and I will go back in. And if you were to look at this from the other side, you would see some of these stitches, how I'm taking jump stitches to get to other parts in the design so that it's not seen like where it's sewn. I love doing lace that way and putting lace together. Were there any other? Oh, I am. So, Shadowhawk, please tell Natalie that right now there's no rhyme or reason for how I'm stitching this. The main thing is I'm following the design of the lace, and I'm stitching it to the pocket of this denim belt that we're constructing, that is upcycled from a pair of ladies jeans. And so right now I'm just hand sewing. If this was a flat piece of fabric, like if the pocket wasn't already sewn on, I probably would sew this on the machine. When I was putting my rips, when I was putting the rips in my jeans, the straight pin kept poking me. It was so painful. Okay, so Reaper, you have to place your pins in such a way that they don't poke you. And it depends on what you're working on, because if you're cutting, you place your pins at right angles to the pattern that you're pinning down, so that you don't get poked. It doesn't feel good to get poked. So right now, let Natalie know that I'm just hand sewing this lace down. And when I'm done, I'll show you how it's adhered. And like I said before, some people use glue, hot glue, or another type of fabric glue for stuff like this. But I like sewing my things down. That's just, as a fashion designer, uh, I can remember in school, this is such a funny story. You can talk directly to her. Okay. Okay, great. So no, this was in college. One of my classmates designed this beautiful caftan, and she had feathers that she put on it. And instead of sewing the feathers on, she glued them on. Tell me why she glued those feathers on that caftan. And it was a beautiful caftan. Oh my goodness, the professor ripped her up one side and down the other, and she got braided down on her garment because she glued those feathers on. And it was for a fashion show too. And we all felt bad for her, but it was like, why in the world would you glue feathers on silk? That's just not something you do. And if you go on any uh, YouTube video of haute couture, then I'm just the middleman for the comments, since Nyla has her phone. Okay, great. So if you go on any YouTube and look at some of the haute couture uh, construction, you'll see that they sew everything, the beading, and it's a lot of intricate, very intricate work. And so it's just something, I think once you've been trained one way, you just don't do that. Now, I did glue some of my tie down, and let me tell you, if you go watch that upcycle of my tie, there were some parts I was like having withdrawals because I was gluing my tie. But one of my friends years ago told me that hot glue was washable. She had glued her curtains, she had glued pockets on her daughter's jeans, everything. And I just left. She even took baby jars and glued the lid underneath her cabinets. And so then the lid would stay stuck and the jar could be unscrewed. And she put little odds and ends in those jars. And that was the most hilarious thing I had ever seen. And the thing that took the cake was when she hot glued her curtains and had hemmed them with hot glue. So I used to call her the hot glue queen. We've lost contact since then, so I don't know what she's been up to, but her name was Debbie Pical. And I would love to get in touch with her if she happens on my channel, because we used to have a blast designing things together. So I've been designing I've been sewing since I was 5, and I would say designing probably from the age of 9. I used to design my own clothes. I would take something that I had and use it to trace around. Okay, I'm about to run out of thread here, so what I'm going to do is backstitch a couple of times, and that's a way that you cannot your thread instead of putting a knot in it. So I don't know if you can see how much I have, but I don't have that much thread. Let's see. I'm trying to show you. That's about all the thread. Can you see that? So it's just a little tiny piece of thread that I have. And I'll show you where I am so far. So if you can look, this part, I still have to sew around all of that, and I've sewn that down. So I'm going to rethread my needle and continue sewing this lace down. And when you're piecing lace together, because I've actually done that too, especially on one of my bridal gowns, you have to stitch it this way, and it's like a puzzle. You try to put it together where you don't see where it's been pieced together. So let's see, where am I going to start this time? I think I'm going to go back down to this bottom piece and stitch around here. I'm going to go up in here and stitch around, because all of these little pieces that are flying away have to be stitched down, and my thread just pulled out. So I'm going to stick it in the denim to get it to stay. Some people hate handwork. I love handwork. So different people like different things. Natalie loves what you did with the sign. Looks like a new room. Oh, wait till you see when I really put up some more stuff. It's going to look really nice, especially when I fix that window. Because right now, it's not, I don't know if you can see my window, but it's not giving. It's not giving right now. But we work with what we got until we get where we're going. That's what I keep telling myself. That's the new motto. LOL, the window looks fine. Now I have a curtain that I bought to put up that's really nice. Okay, let me get underneath here. This is a little bit more challenging because I'm trying to not sew the pocket down. So if I didn't care about the pocket being accessible, then I could sew it a lot quicker.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover
So
automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
let's see.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically
Okay.
doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
And like I said, the edge of this is sort of pulling
I
away
guess we've
from
taken
some
it
of the
too
lace.
far.
So
Your
that's
We
why
Match
in some
Discover cashback
places
match.
you might see
See
me
terms at discover.com/credit
wrap
card.
around. Let's see. Hopefully you can see that. Let's see. I'm going to cut that. When I get my next setup, hopefully I'll have it zoomed in a little bit better so you can see more clearly what I'm doing. How long does it typically take for you to hand stitch these designs? It depends. It could take hours. The wedding gown that I did took weeks. And that's why, like I said, some of these designs are more expensive and they're one of a kind. And so people, what I would want people to know is that this isn't something that you bought that you would find on Temu. You might find the design on Temu, but I guarantee you this type of labor well, the labor might be there, but the quality is not going to be the same. So, did you guys see that? Did speaking of Timu and Shein, did you guys see that they said they were going to have to raise their prices because of the tariffs? And I was cracking up at some of the comments because somebody said, "Ooh, so it's going to go up a whole 25 cents for the garments now," or something like that. And I was laughing. But Timu really has some cute designs. So for I don't promote fast fashion, but I will say that they do have very cute designs that I really like. And even sometimes when I'm thrifting, I'll see something cute, but if I see it's from Shein or Timu, it's like, up, nope, next. Because if I'm going to do all of this work on something that I'm upcycling, I'm not going to use something that started out not costing that much. I want the quality to still be there. So it's a certain thing that I'm looking for. How do you feel about fast fashion? Fast fashion has pretty much ruined the fashion industry and people's concept of what fashion design is. And to me, that's sad because now, years ago, like my mom's generation, they cared about the clothing that they purchased, and they would purchase really nice pieces because they knew that they would last and last. They were classic pieces that they could wear over and over again. And I still think that that concept is still a good concept to follow. For example, if you're still working and you're wearing pants, like you might need a pair of black pants, I would spend the extra money to buy a classic tailored pair of pants that's not going to go out of style. They're not trendy. And so that you can wear them over and over until you wear them out. And you just change up, say, like the blouse or the jacket, things like that, with maybe something trendy. That's something that I promote all the time. And so then you look at, well, how many times am I going to wear that garment? And so cost per wear is what it's called. And if I buy something of lesser quality and I only get to wear it, say, like 5 times, what do you recommend for people who can't afford the traditionally made stuff but want cute outfits to wear? I say learn your fabrics, and I would shop sales, like go to places, department stores that have really killer sales, and get it on sale. Keep your eye out for how much it costs regularly, and then get it on sale. I have gotten some great pieces on sale, and then there are times when I've spent the money on something that I knew that I was going to wear over and over and over again. And so I get my money back because I've been wearing it. Believe it or not, there are clothes that I have been wearing for 15 years. Now, of course, somebody's going to say, "Oh, but you must not gain weight." Well, I gained a little weight, but yeah, it kind of helps. That kind of helps. But you can always get stuff altered. Now, that's going to cost you some money, but if it's made really well, it should have some large seam allowance in it so that you could continue. Trying to make sure you guys can still see what I'm doing. So there should be large seam allowances in it, depending on what it is. Sometimes the stitches will show. It's easier to take in than to let out, because once something has been pressed, oh my goodness, it's hard to get that seam from showing the stitch line. So the rule of thumb is it's easier to take in than it is to let out. Natalie is the queen of finding deals. She has been deals on stuff. She has the shopping patience of a saint. LOL. I remember when I sent you to the store to look for stuff and you were stressed out. Haha. Oh, I was stressed out. Oh, Shadowhawk was stressed out. Oh, I thought you were saying I was stressed out. I was like, oh no, I don't get stressed out. In fact, I have to tell myself when I go into a store, okay, what are you looking for? You're looking for this. You're not looking to spend a whole bunch of money. Get in and get out. Because I'll go in not looking for anything, and then I'll come out with more than what I was looking for. So, oh no, I have never seen you stressed out in a store. And when Dillard's has their sales, oh my goodness. I love their sales. Dillard's has some good sales, and Nordstrom's Rack. I love all those stores. So if you can tell now, it's getting to a point where I can't put my fingers underneath the design. So this kind of gives you an idea. Gives you an idea of how long. Now, just imagine the time that it has taken me to hand stitch this on isn't even the time it has taken to cut out this piece, because it was on a piece of fabric. This isn't an applique that we purchased. We actually cut this out of yard lace, and it takes time, and that's what I want people to understand. To do these pieces takes time. I don't like the way that stitch looks, so sometimes I do stuff like that too. I take it out and restitch it. That's the perfectionist in me. I want it to be just right. How many of these do you have to sew? Well, I have another skirt that has another one of these appliques on it. So I've got another one. And then we worked on a design today that has a white bridal lace on the denim belt, and it's going to be so nice. But again, it's the same technique with the applique. And I know there are probably some people saying, oh, I would just glue that down. But the designer in me won't let me. I want it done right, and done right the first time. I want it to be quality. In fact, I'd hire a chef and interior decorator. But I like for things to be constructed well. I had a teacher that told us that the inside of our garment should look just as nice. And if you can look, let's see if you can see this. Do you see that you don't see any of those stitches? Let's see. You don't see any of the stitches except for like right here in this little corner. This little corner right here, you can see some stitches. And right here, let's see. Right here, you can see some very fine stitching. So now I must admit, after you've done this for a while, your hand does start to get tired. because you've held it in that position for a while. Now that slipped out and I've got to rethread that. And a good rule, oh, I'm glad you like this playlist. If your thread comes out, to get it threaded back easily, it's always good to cut your thread at an angle to go back into the needle. Okay, but I'm gonna knock this off and start another thread, but it pulled out before I could do that. And it did it again. That's why it's better to end before you get so close to the end like I did. So let me bring this back. Okay, so now I've essentially put a knot in that so that it doesn't come out. And I am going to yet again thread my needle. That happens to me with suturing. Oh, really? You know, I once told a doctor, I had to get stitches in my the front of my leg one time, and the doctor was suturing me up, and I think he put maybe 6 sutures in it, and I was like, you know, doc, I'm watching you suture my leg and you're making a whole lot more money for 6 sutures than I would for sewing 6 stitches on something. And he just laughed. He thought it was funny. But I would imagine doing sutures would be similar, just more stressful, because you're working with somebody's flesh. I can't even imagine. It's like, oops, I made a mistake. You know, I always say that when I'm cutting fabric. I think about doctors, surgeons a lot, because especially if I mess up, I mean, it's like $150 for a laceration repair. Yeah, but I might not make $150 for 6 stitches. But when I'm cutting fabric and I make a mistake and I'm like, oh man, I need to cut that again. Think about surgeons, and I'm like, you know what? They don't get that luxury. They can't just go to another limb store and get somebody's another limb, if they cut off the wrong leg or arm or finger or whatever. So I do think about the medical profession a lot when I'm working with fabric and designing. So these belts we are going to style with some things. So I will post pictures of some of these designs so that you can really get to see them, because I know it's hard when somebody's working on something like this to actually see what it's looking like. You always want to keep your needle in front, like I'm going away from me as I'm sewing, and some people don't do that. Some people try to stitch backwards. It's harder. There's actually a right and wrong way
Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
to
Many
stitch
thanks,
when you're
good
stitching a
sir.
garment
Here is
like
my
this.
Discover
You want to
card.
stitch
They accept
away
Discover at Renaissance
from
fairs?
you
Yeah, they do here.
as
Discover's
opposed to
accepted at the
towards
places
you.
I love to
That's a
shop.
lot harder,
Getteth with the
and it'll
times.
take you a
With
whole
the
lot
times.
longer to do
You're
that.
playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards
So
nationwide.
I'm sticking my
Based on
hand
the February
in the
2024 Nielsen
pocket so
report.
that I could get
Many people seem to
this
find
one.
certain words
And
more
again,
pleasing when
I'm
spoken with a British
basically
accent,
going
like
around
squirrel,
places
schedule, and
that
strawberry. But
I
some phrases
couldn't
sound
get
more
to
pleasing
because
in
of the
any
track
accent. For
I was
example,
sewing
switch to T-Mobile's new
the
experience
design
plans
down.
and
I
get
try
a
to
5-year price
uh,
guarantee. Here's another. With
work
T-Mobile,
based
families
on
are
the
free to save
design.
20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Mr. T-Mobile voice?
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply.
To me, hand stitching is relaxing. It's something that you can listen to music with. You can't really watch TV unless you're just listening because your eyes have to be focused on what you're working on. So, I mean, you could always glance up here and there, but I'm trying to keep this so you guys can see what I'm doing. You could glance up, or like I like tennis. Like I probably could watch tennis and do this because I could hear what the score is and then look up now and then to see what's going on. So I used to save a lot of my hand sewing for stuff like that. And I know that people who knit and crochet, they can do the same thing. And right now, the piece that cardboard that I put in here is helping me to not grab the back of the inside of the fabric to make sure it's not, I'm not stitching this down. Because again, I want the pocket to be accessible. Ladies love pockets. We love pockets all over the place. We'll buy a dress because it has pockets. Do you offer one-on-one sewing classes? Yes, I do. In fact, I'm getting ready to do an upcycle denim jacket class where we're going to actually paint a design on the jacket, paint and applique and do all that fun stuff. I'm going to do a workshop real soon. In fact, my next project, I'm working on an anime uh upcycle. I found a hat that I know that my niece is gonna love. She loves anime. And so I'm going to paint the character, and I think the character's name is Dex. He's the one that the anime series, the Hero series comes from. And so I'm going to paint him on the jacket to go with the hat that I found. Deku. Okay. Yeah, so he's really cool. I like the fact that he's a hero, and because I always research stuff like that to make sure it's a positive message, especially if it's for one of my nieces or the younger folks. I want them to have a positive message. So anyway, so this design for the denim jacket is coming from a baseball cap that I found, and I'll show you maybe at the end of this, but I actually thought it was a cool design. It's intricate though, trying to figure out how to get the design so that I could paint it, because I didn't want to make a stencil, not a stencil. I didn't want to order an not applique, what do you call it? A vinyl. I didn't want to do vinyl and heat press it on. I wanted to paint it on because I wanted to do some other cool stuff like this to the jacket. So I bought fabric to do that. So I'm going to be doing a workshop where people can come in and design a jacket that they would wear, and not necessarily anime unless they're a younger person or older person and they're into that. But I'm going to make it so that it's quite simple. The workshop will probably be around 4 hours. What happened? Okay. It is exciting. I'm looking forward to it because we're gonna have mocktails and charcuterie boxes and some jazzy music to vibe to. So I'm really looking forward to planning this workshop, and we're still working on the cost of it because I everything is going to be included. We're going to have a price if you want to bring your jacket or if you want to purchase a jacket from us. So that's what we're working on right now, and I really do want to do the anime jacket so that people could kind of see, get an idea, a feel for what they would be able to do in our workshop. Thanks for oh, thank you. Yes. I appreciate you catching all of that nonsense. I don't understand why people have to be so annoying. Let's just put it that way. So annoying. Oh, my thread just pulled out again. But if you can see, I always go the wrong way. That's all stitched down now. All of that is stitched down. So I need to cut the end of my thread again to rethread it. And the eye of this needle is a good size, because when you have a really, really tiny head, if you're doing bead work, oh my gosh, you have to use a really tiny head to get through bugle beads and to make sure you're not cracking the bugle beads, because bugle beads are made from glass. And so when I do bead work with bugle beads, I have to make sure that the eye of the needle is very small, and that the needle is a long needle too. That's another criteria for doing that kind of work. I really like this design, and it's so funny, like when we're designing these, certain things work and then certain things don't. And but when it starts to come together, it's so fun because you're using different elements. Let's see, I'm gonna have to move this needle, the straight pin. So Reaper, I know you said earlier you kept getting stuck when you were doing some of your work. Also, just want to say your stream is looking really high quality. Awesome. I think my children worked really hard to make sure it was quality. But Reaper, what I was getting ready to tell you is that it's okay to move your straight pins around to keep from getting stuck and to move them out of your way. Like I just moved that straight pin out of my way because it was in my way. I always wanted to go and take go work in a fashion house in Paris, in a couture house, and learn some techniques. There's a lot of work that goes into those couture garments, and the sad thing is that that type of work is slowly fading away, and that saddens me. And that's another thing that fast fashion has done. It's made people not be able to recognize how much work goes into couture garments or handmade garments that are made really well. People think that they should be able to spend $20 for something like this, but yet they wouldn't work on their job 10 hours and only get paid $20. And so it's like, just think about it. Think about, maybe I might start putting the time invested in a garment when I put the price on it, so that people can make a educated um they can make an educated thought about the price. Because it's really um discouraging when somebody says, "Oh my gosh, how much is that? You want how much for that?" Oh no, honey, I could go buy that at Walmart. I used to get that with my children's store with some of my little sundresses. And back then, I think my sundresses were $36, but they had a ton of fabric. They were well made. And I used to tell people that they were going to last their child at least a year or two, because I put so much work, so much fabric and hems in the garments that they could let it out. And I would tell them, I guarantee you, your child would be able to wear this dress for 2 years and it's worth it. And so I just got to a point where I realized that the ones that recognized quality would buy it, and those that didn't, because I would tell them, when they would say, "Oh, I could get that at Walmart," I would say, when you find something at Walmart this quality, please bring it back and let me see it, because you'll never find this quality at Walmart. And I guarantee you, in all the years that I've been designing, nobody has ever come back, but they have come back and said, "Hey, remember that dress you made for my daughter when she was being christened? I still have it, and my grandchildren are wearing it now." And that's one of the biggest compliments to me. And that's why I loved doing the christening gowns, because it wasn't something that was a throwaway. It was something that was going to be passed down from generation to generation. And now a lot of people don't do baby dedications and christenings anymore. So that kind of saddens me, because I used to love doing that kind of work. And again, it's the same lace work that I would do on my christening gowns and the little flower girl dresses. The same thing happens to you on the video side. Yeah, because people don't understand quality anymore. I won't say people, because there are some people that get it. But I like there was a guy who was doing crochet work, and he went on Shark Tank. And I don't think he got an investment, but Mark Cuban told him, he said, "You're marketing your product all wrong." He said, "You need to market this as a work of art, because of the hours and the labor that you put into that. This is more than just something that you've made. It's a work of art, and you need to be paid for the art that you've created." And that made so much sense. In fact, I may go back and look at that episode, because that was such good advice. And that's one of the reasons why I love watching Shark Tank. I love watching Shark Tank, because even though the people might not get a deal, I think the sharks recognize when something is quality work. And that's what I appreciate from them. And I also appreciate the valuations that they say, oh, well, you're not a company yet. You're just that's just, you have um, a product. You don't have a company, you have a product. Because they explain that very well. In fact, last night I was watching, they had their very first live Shark Tank, which they had an
For over 6
audience.
decades,
And I
Nan's
thought that
Couch and
was
Flooring
really
has been the
cool.
go-to
I
law
think it
firm in
was probably
Brevard
more
County for those
nerve-wracking for the
impacted by
people
car
though, but
accidents.
Our local nationally recognized
I
attorneys
thought
have a
that was
proven
really
track
cool.
record of winning major
Let's
compensation
see,
for
where
our
am I going to
clients.
go
U.S.
next?
News and World Report has designated only a single firm in Brevard County as Tier 1, and that firm
Let
is Nan's
me
Cacciatore.
If
see.
you or a loved one has been involved in an auto accident,
Okay,
call
I'm gonna
321
end this side
777
and go
7777.
find
Local firm.
another branch. It's like
Legendary results.
finding an olive
Hey, I have a
branch.
secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my brow rubs under my?
Oh,
So
yeah.
let's
What
see.
about down there? You know, my.
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness. From my
Okay.
pits to my.
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
There's no way
And it comes in sticks and
that
creams
you
too.
can
Go get
sew
yours.
in a
Secret Whole Body
straight
Deodorant.
pattern when you're doing something like this. So you just have to keep going in and out of the design. My thread just pulled all the way through. So now I got to cut it and rethread my needle. Now just imagine, I'm still not finished with this. And so somebody might be saying, why would you put that intricate work into something like this? And my answer would be because we want it to be a work of art and not just something. If you're going to buy something like this, we want it to reflect your unique personality and the fact that you're not going to see 10 other people walking down the street with what you have. That's the part I like most. When I wore my upcycled tie, and I'm going to make another one too, and that's another class workshop that I'm going to do. But when I did that, I got so many compliments wearing that tie. And even some of the young people thought it was a cool design. Like they would just stop me and say, hey, I really like your tie. And when I told them that I upcycled it, they were like, oh my gosh, it's so nice. That was like the ultimate compliment. Yeah, upcycling is really cool. It's really cool how you are transforming this piece though. Thank you. Thank you. I really love this design. And again, I think it has so many different elements to it. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different fabric pieces that we've combined together. I think one of Natasha's what's the word? She's really gifted at matching fabrics, African prints together, and she has an eye for piecing things together too. So that's why we complement each other in our design abilities, because we both see things differently, and she can see an African print and say, oh, what about this with this? And I might not see that because I work more with, I love delicate fabrics, and I like African prints too because I love cottons, but sometimes I just don't see, like she doesn't see some of my vision and I don't see some of her vision until we put it together. So again, that's what makes us such a great team. So again, I really love doing stuff like this. Now, I've said that, But I do have a confession. When it gets down, when I'm designing a garment, I would be a-okay with passing that design. I don't like duplicating a design. So I don't want to design my garment and then mass produce them. I would rather have a factory mass produce my design for me, because that's just too much. I can't do it quick enough, and it would be a whole lot better to have it mass produced depending on the design. And that's why you'll see some of the couture dresses, you'll see the designer come up with what's called a ready to wear line, which is an offshoot of their couture line, because some of the detailing like this that goes into couture designs, it's too expensive to put into ready to wear to make it an affordable price. So I would much rather have it mass produced after the design is created. Because when it gets down to the last wire, I start getting very impatient, and it's like, oh my gosh, I just want to get to the end of this design. Like putting the zippers in, sewing on the hooks and eyes, that kind of stuff, the finishing of the garment. Once I see the design, it's like I want to go, peace out. Because it's really the design that motivates me, seeing it come to life after I've sketched the design and then I've draped the design on my dress form, or I've made it through flat pattern design. After I see it, I'm ready to move on to the next design. That's why I'm so surprised during the pandemic when I made masks, the different masks that I donated. I donated over 400 handmade masks. I was surprised that I literally enjoyed continuing to sew them, because that's a lot to sew yourself. And I was really surprised that I didn't get tired of making the handmade masks. Maybe because I think it was because there was a purpose behind them, even though everybody didn't necessarily agree with them. I just wanted to be helpful as best I could. So I think that's the only thing that I've ever mass produced that I literally enjoyed. Okay, so now if you can see, this is the only part that's flapping. The rest is all sewn down, and then this piece I'm gonna put underneath the pocket. I'm gonna cut it, and then I'm gonna put it underneath the pocket on the actual piece. But all of this is sewn down, so I just got to go back in this area and stitch that down. You know, if you ever have an opportunity, I don't know if it's open to the public. There is this, I graduated from Fashion Institute of Technology for fashion design, and we had a museum where you could see, they will let you see garments that were made from years ago. If you could see some of the hand sewing, like before there were sewing machines and they actually sewed garments. They actually sewed garments by hand before the sewing machine was invented. That is the most beautiful work you would ever see. I mean, the stitches almost, they look better than machine stitching. That's how beautiful it is. I was always in awe. And when I went to Paris, I found this little French museum. And sometimes you can go into antique shops, and if you ever see an older garment, if you look at it, you can tell the things that were hand sewn, they were just beautiful. It amazes me at how beautiful they were. So I'm trying to stitch this down, but at the same time, keep it from the pocket, from stitching the pocket down. So part of this is on the pocket and off the pocket onto the side here. So that's what I'm trying to get to now. So I'm actually going to finish sewing this part down on the pocket. And talking about hand sewing, if this were a couture piece, they actually hand sew a design like this into the fabric. It's just amazing. Like I said, go out on YouTube and just Google couture fashion being made and watch how some of these pieces are hand sewn and how many people actually work on one garment. It's amazing. And then listen to, sometimes they'll be in French, so you'll have to read the subscript, but it's just amazing. My thread got knotted. I hate when that happens. So you can start again. I might have to pop it, but you know what? I'm going to tuck it under, and I'm going to stitch in that area to make sure that doesn't pop out. And unfortunately, that happens. Sometimes if you're doing hand sewing, you can use beeswax to keep it from knotting like that. Besides this applique, what else do you have to sew? I have to sew this pocket. I have to make this little piece here into a pin. So I have to actually glue a pin detail so it could be pinned there. I've got to sew this down to the pocket. I've already sewn it together. So I've already sewn that together. And then I've also got to stitch this down. And then in the back, I've got to stitch these pockets down in the back. But what I'm going to do is stitch right on top of the outside. So, and then this part I'll sew, let's see, this part I will sew by hand. Can you see it? Oh no, you can only see, I'm pointing. Trying to get it so you can see. So this part I'm going to sew around the pocket, and then this part I'm going to sew by hand because I want to again keep the pocket free so somebody could put their cell phone in the pocket. So I got to do that to both sides. And then back here on the belt loop, I'm going to stitch that down at the top and at the bottom. And then this will be finished. So those are some of the things that I have to do. And those I can sew on the sewing machine. So not everything on this has to be sewn by hand. Ooh, I'm nearing the end of this applique. And essentially that's what this ends up being called because of how we cut it out, and I'm attaching it to the denim part. Okay, so now I'm gonna put this flat so that I could stitch this down. See how can you see how that's flapping? So that needs to be sewn down. I think I'm gonna start with this piece here though.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here.
If you
The
guys
recommended
have
age for pneumococcal pneumonia
any
vaccination
suggestions
has been
of
lowered to
what
50
you want to
and older,
see,
even
I
if
am
you're
going to
healthy.
start
It's up to us
a
to lead the
sewing
way. We've done
series
this before.
where
Music videos,
I'm
fanny
teaching
packs, even the
some
World Wide
sewing
Web.
techniques.
So let's do it again and get vaccinated.
Okay, I
We're
got to
at over
cut this
6
little
times
knot
greater
out
risk
because
for
it won't go
pneumococcal pneumonia
under.
compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com
I
to
know,
schedule.
right? It's so
Sponsored by
cute.
Pfizer.
I like
Can you
the
guess where
color blocking
possibilities are
design
booming around
of
every
the
corner?
back pockets.
The
Oh, thank
Epcot
you.
International
You know,
Flower and
that
Garden
took some
Festival.
time
Spring into
to
possibilities
decide
now through
on
June
what we
2nd.
were going to
And with
do,
the
and
Walt
we
Disney
had to
World
play
Annual
around
Pass, you
with
can visit
different
more Epcot
fabrics.
festivals all year
And
long.
it's just amazing how sometimes the pieces work and come together. And once I see the design, I try really hard to keep that design and to figure out how to incorporate it into the design. And with leopard print is the new black. It's never going out of style. And it's such a cute print to pair with so many different things. And so that's why we chose the leopard print, because it is a very versatile print. And people have pieces in their closet that they could wear it with. Okay. Now, sometimes when you cut out lace like this from a piece of fabric, some of the pieces will be missing some of the trim around the edges. And so you have to make sure you sew that a certain way. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Part of this gold edging off of this piece is missing. So I'm going to go around, I'm going to tuck some of that down, make sure I'm not catching my skirt on the bottom, but I'm going to go around and catch that and tuck some of that under so that it doesn't come out. And I know like the edges of the belt are not finished. Such a classic. Oh, thank you. So right here, I'm going to use my scissors so that you could see. I won't put my hand in the way. Right here, the trim of that is missing. So I'm going to sew that down and I'm going to tuck it under these little pieces here so that that doesn't unravel or anything. So what I'm going to do is tuck that under like that. Do I wish that edge went all around? I do, but we've got to work with what we've got. So that's how you deal with something like that. And the same on this side, I'm going to do the same thing and I'm going to stitch it underneath it. So doing something like this reminds me again of working with a puzzle. You've got to figure out how to make the pieces work together. So if you can see how I Tuck that under. I'm going to put it flat again so that I can stitch it down. And I'm going to have to end up rethreading. Excuse me. I'm going to have to rethread my needle again. And again, I'm right at the end of my thread, but I've got to make sure it's secure. So when I, excuse me. So when I stitch it, I'm sort of creating an invisible knot to keep it down. And trust me, I've had to go back and take out, I take any excuse to wear things with leggings. Can you wear this belt with leggings? Sure, why not? It would dress up a pair of leggings. I think it might look cute, even with a pair of leggings. A cute t-shirt. And then the leggings. Hey, throw on some Doc Martens or something, a boot like that with your leggings. I think you'd be good to go. So I've sewn all of these other pieces. I just have 3 more pieces, actually 2 more pieces to sew down on the applique. I wish you guys could have seen the process we went through trying to figure out what to put on this design, because sometimes your mind just goes blank. And you have a artist block sometimes, and then but when the idea comes together, you're like, oh wow, okay, I see it, I like it. And then sometimes it's like, let it go to something else, it's not working. So that's another thing about designing, that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And you just work with what you have, and it takes a lot of different pieces to make it work. But I can't wait for you to see the anime design that I'm working on. I think that's going to be really cool. I was trying to get my niece's input because it's for her, so I may have to FaceTime her to get some ideas from her. But I actually got some of the fabric from Joann's, and our Joann still is packed full of stuff. It has not gone out of business yet, and some of their prices are ridiculous. I could see this outfit with black leggings with the belt layered over mini skirt, crop top, and leopard shoes. Oh, that sounds cute. we I we styled one of the ones that we sold. We styled it over my bodycon leopard bodycon dress, and that was really cute too. But as you can see, you're seeing how long. Now imagine this was a wedding gown, and I was doing all of this sewing on a wedding gown, this handwork on a wedding gown. Can you imagine? So you said it would be a cool social media post series. Uh, I, you mean styling it, showing how it was styled, the different ways it could be worn, the belt could be worn and styled. Take the upcycle from the stream, and then we let the audience compete on the what it would be styled with, and then fashion glam shoot with the winning idea. Yeah, as long as it wasn't um it was something that could be done. That would be fun. Or do a a handoff. That would be pretty cool. Like that stream, like where you see one person snatch it off and then throw it to the other person. That would be really cool. Be right back. I am back. Okay, come on. Okay, my thread is caught. Really? Okay. Okay. We are closing in on the end of this lace applique. And meanwhile, my other part that I have pinned down is falling apart. Let me just pin that. I do not want to lose these pieces. And once we come up with the design, I like to leave everything pinned so that I could see what to do with it. So it's important when you're doing handwork like this that you don't pull your thread too tight, because you want everything to lay flat on your fabric. And so you definitely want to make sure you're not pulling the thread super tight. Of course, something simple like what Reaper just said. Cool. I would actually love to do something like that. I think it would be a lot of fun and it would be cool. And it would be awesome to see some of the cool ways that people would style it. For example, we have a new artist in our building. Like when I say building, we're in separate units. They're units. And I love her work. Her name is Leah. and she came into the studio and she saw my leopard print shrug that goes with the leopard bodycon, and her eye was drawn to it, and she said, "Oh, that would be cool just by itself with a tank top and some cute shorts." And it was so nice to hear her say that, because some people don't recognize that they're getting a great deal on that design, having the two pieces like that that could be worn a variety of ways and styled differently. So that actually made me smile. It actually made me smile. This is what happens when you're hand sewing that's annoying. When your thread
For
keeps
over 6
pulling out
decades, Nance
and you
Cacciatore
have to
has been
keep
the go-to law
rethreading
firm in Brevard County
your
for those
thread.
impacted by car accidents.
Our local, nationally recognized attorneys have a proven track record of winning major compensation for our clients.
This is the
U.S. News and
only
World Report has
thing
designated only a
that
single firm
I
in
do
Brevard
not
County as Tier
like.
1, and that firm is Nance Cacciatore.
If you or a loved one
Let's
has been
see.
involved in an auto accident, call 321
I
777
am
7777.
Local
gonna
firm.
pick that
Legendary
up,
results.
Right now at Domino's, get unlimited menu
and
price
I
pizzas
am
for
going to
50% off
show
when you
you
order
once I'm
online. But
done.
for this week only, choose any size
I can
and
show
any
you
crust,
now that I
including
can
new
still
Parmesan
stick my
stuffed
hand
crust and any toppings you want.
inside the
You can order
pocket.
as
Do you
many as
see
you
that?
want, and they'll all be half price. But don't miss out. This half price offer is available for this week only.
Hello,
So
Go Sue Teddy. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
Area and charges may vary. Online only. Offer applies to the pizza portion of your order only.
Okay. I'm glad I didn't use the embroidery thread, because it would have been a lot tedious. Embroidery thread is very fine, because when it embroiders out letters, it has to be very fine, but it pops easily. And so I wanted this to be really sturdy. So I'm glad I decided not to use embroidery thread. I was really considering it because of the metallic look of the applique, but this tan thread or golden tan blends in, I think, very well with the applique, and so you can barely see the thread. So I'm glad I didn't do the embroidery thread, which I normally don't do embroidery thread. It's installing. I saw that you got gifted South of Midnight. Oh, somebody got a gift of something? I love gifts. I'm happy for you if you got a gift. Woohoo! Sometimes I would be up till 1, 2 o'clock doing work like this, especially if it was due, like the wedding was coming up soon and I had all of this handwork to do. I would just stay up and get it done. Unfortunately, my sleeping pattern, that didn't go well with my sleep pattern. So I think as designers and crafters, we have to learn when to take a break. And like I said earlier, I don't know if anybody heard me. I have been playing pickleball. I originally I didn't want to learn pickleball because I love tennis. I've never played tennis, but I'm an avid tennis fan. And when my mom and I would be watching a match, sometimes they would say, "Oh, let's go to the ball championship and see what's happening there. And it's like, man, middle of our match, I don't want to see no pickleball. And so that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. And I was like, when my friend asked me, she said, "Oh, I want you to come and learn pickleball." I was like, no, I don't want to learn how to play pickleball. And she said, just come and watch it. So I went with her. And when I went that day, several of the ladies, first, there's a host of the older generation that play pickleball, and they are really good. Don't sleep on them because they are, I mean, you sometimes you might go and you say, I could beat them. Let me tell you, you get out there. Okay, friends, it's way past Nyla's bedtime. Oh, good night, Nyla. Yeah, I'm gonna not start my stream so late next time, but I was just wanting to go ahead and get in here and get back acclimated to streaming. So I wanted to go ahead and do it as opposed to like Nike, just do it. So I apologize for those who might have to leave early, like Shadowhawk and Glam Gal. I appreciate you joining the stream. But like I said, I just wanted to go ahead and get started. As I've been working, I wish I could have actually streamed from my studio, my business studio, because we did it. You would have gotten to see the process of actually creating the design. What I'm doing now, my thread got it pulled out again, and it's not long enough for me to knot. So I had to make sure it was knotted before I cut it. So that's what I'm doing. So this is why some people hate handwork. I appreciate your effort. Do what you got to do in life, but know that. Did you talk to the T-Mobile lady? Yes, I did. I appreciate your effort. Do what you got to do in life, but know that I'll always be happy to hop in for a bit while you're here. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, I did talk to the T-Mobile lady, and today was the deadline as far as the promotion, but I want to continue to work with what I have right now, and once I'm ready, I can always see if there are any promotions, because it makes no sense to spend excess money on stuff that I might not need right now. So I didn't bite the bullet. It sounded like a good deal, but I know with a lot of these companies, they promise you the Taj Mahal, and then they get you signed up, and then before you know it, you're paying a lot of money for the service that, even though she did say that the service wouldn't go up. I don't trust corporate, that they always honor what they promise. And so for me, it was better for me to wait until I was absolutely ready for it. So I'm going to try to create a bigger workspace here, working in one of my other rooms for when I'm doing work where I think I need a little bit more room, and I'll go from there and then build from that point. I always love to see people making beautiful things with their hands. Oh, thank you. But and I love making beautiful things. It gets very discouraging. Like I said, I used to do a lot of trade shows and upscale craft shows, but I stopped doing as many shows because it got to a point where, like, I didn't expect everybody that came to my booth to purchase anything from me. But what I did appreciate was the ones that would say, "Hello, how are you? Oh, how's your day going?" Just recognize that I was a person and not just kind of flip through my stuff and make me feel like I'm begging you to buy my stuff, because I never force anybody to buy something that they don't want. And if you do purchase a piece from me, I want you to love it. I don't want you to just say, "Oh, what can I buy from her?" just so I can say I bought something. No, I want you to genuinely want what you buy. So if you don't see something that you want to purchase, I'm cool with that. But what I would like is just, "Hey, how you doing? How's your day going?" It costs nothing to be kind to somebody. And so when I go to shows and I see people that have their work, I always compliment them. And I only purchase stuff that I know I really, really want. I don't just purchase just to purchase. Although now I'll backtrack a little and say that if it's for an organization like that supports kids, sometimes I'll buy something just to support what they're working on or what they're doing, their fundraiser. But ordinarily, I purchase things that I love, and I expect people to do the same for me. Just don't purchase just because I'm there. Appreciate the artist. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Appreciate the art in it, because like I was telling my neighbor, because she does so many cute things. I told her that it's amazing to me. I love looking at other artists because no two artists are the same, and everybody's art is different. And that's what makes art so special. Like I saw these purses today in one of the boutiques downtown near my studio, and they were hand painted purses. One had a ballerina on it, but the colors were just so beautiful. I can appreciate that. They were hand painted on leather. And my neighbor does a little painting on leather as well. And so I appreciate things like that. I think I got one more little doodad, but as you can see, let's see, all of this is all sewn down now, with the exception of I want to go back and get this little piece that's kind of hanging there, and it's going to hang a little off the edge, and that's okay. That's how we plant that part to be. So I just want to tack this little piece down. And again, I'm just back stitching. And some of the netting, like I said, pulled away from the edge because it's cut. Like this is embroidered on the lace itself. So when you start cutting it apart from the fabric, that's going to happen. And so you can just, when you're sewing it by hand, just go in and catch that piece. So now this piece, if you can tell, is kind of sewn down, except for where I don't have any denim, but that's going to be okay. By the time I stitch this down, it's not going anywhere. Oh, I see one other spot up there. That's what you'll notice when you're working on something like this. You might see an area that you missed, and you just go back into that area and just tack it down. And that's what I'm doing on this little end piece here. Just still tacking it down. Why did y'all go with a silver applique over a gold one? Actually, this is gold. It may look silver on stream, but it's actually gold. It's a metallic gold. In fact, it's a really pretty gold that looks nice with the browns in the leopard print. So that's the only thing about actually doing something like this on stream, because you don't get the full impact of the design. Okay, now where did I see that piece sticking up? Right here. This little piece, if you can see that, that needs to be stitched down.
Compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Thy ticket, Lady
And so I put my finger inside because I don't want my thread pulled out.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's
I don't want to accidentally stitch this down. I've done such a great job keeping my pocket from being stitched down so that it could be used.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
And if you were doing this for yourself and you wanted to use a fabric glue to glue your applique down, you go for it. It's what works for you. It's yours, and you do what you want to do. But because I sell these, I want them to be done the proper way. So it can be glued down. I don't like gluing, but if that works for you, do what works for you. Oh, I can see the goal in the angle. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so we finally got that. You finally got that all sewn down. Now, minus this little piece here, I need to snip this. Okay, so I snipped this little piece off right there, and I'm going to tack this little piece under because I want this to come from under the pocket like that. So I need to stitch that down. I don't want it just hanging there dangling. So I always intended to cut that, but I wanted to wait till the end to do that. So I'm just going to first tack that first part down, and then I am going to stitch that little piece down. So I'm going to move that out the way for right now, and then I'm going to go in here and stitch that down. And the reason why I cut it was because I wanted to come from the inside of the pocket so that that piece wasn't getting in the way if they put something in their pocket, in this pocket. I didn't want it to continue to be in the way. So I'm just gonna stitch that down, tack it down. And I'll probably put some fray check on this. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere, but I'll probably put some fray check on it. Fray check is good for keeping stuff from like edges for something like this from falling apart. So this is not going anywhere. Just to see how, would be cool to see you in your studio making these from the beginning. Yeah, just to see how it comes together. Yeah, I did videotape. I did videotape some of that process, and so I will definitely make a video from the beginning so that you can see how it came together. As like I said, it's a long process. I really didn't think it was going to take so long to do this. And it's like, oh, it's so easy. Oh, and from shopping for the thrifted jeans to, so see, you can see my pocket. I could stop there, but I do want this little piece inside, like it's coming out of the pocket. So that's what I'm going to stitch down now. And as you could tell, I lined it up with the piece that I had already sewn down. And on this piece, the part that looks like a belt on here, the leopard belt, I actually sewed that. I cut that out and sewed it, and I'm just gonna tack that in different places. I'm gonna tack that down. I'm gonna stitch it in the front, but then I'm gonna tack it underneath the belt loops so that it doesn't move. So if you can see, that looks like it's coming out of the pocket now. And I've got thread here that I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna cut it away actually. When you sew, just know that you're gonna have to be patient when your thread keeps popping out like that. One thing sewing takes is patience. And let me tell you, I am not saying that I've never gotten frustrated, because when that happens, I just say, you know what? It's time for me to put that down and go to bed. And sometimes I may call a friend of mine that went to fashion school with me and pick her brain and say, I can't get this to do X, Y, and Z. You got any ideas or solutions? And the majority of the time, another designer will have a great idea to help you with a dilemma. So community is really good when you're designing. Are you calling me out from my thread popping the other night? No, ma'am. Not at all. It happens to the best of us. Yep, it happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. What's worse is when you cut your design wrong and don't have enough fabric. I remember this time I was working on a garment for a friend of mine for a wedding, and I was clean finishing, serging the inside of the skirt. I had to take it in. It was a skirt that I was making from scratch, but it was too big, and she had a very small waist, cute shape. And when I was using my serger machine, also called the overlock stitch, I accidentally caught the pocket on the side, including the side of the fabric. And if you don't know, when you use a serger, it has knives that cut the fabric, so it cuts as it sews. So that's the one that they use to make t-shirts and that kind of stuff. And so if you're not careful, you can make a mistake. And that night I did. I accidentally caught part of the side of the skirt, which ended up being the front of the skirt. I caught it in the side seam as it was cutting. And when I took the thread out, I was praying, please don't let it be caught. Please don't let the front be caught. And when I took the thread out, there was a big hole in the front of the skirt. This happened, I think, like on a Wednesday, and she needed it for that Friday, for a Saturday for the wedding. And I was like, okay, no problem. I'll go back to I think it was Cloth World at that time. Just go back to Cloth World and go buy some more fabric. Well, one thing, fabric comes in dye lots. So if you're working on a garment, you need to make sure you got that fabric from the same bolt, because it might be slightly, the dye color might be slightly off. And this was like a royal blue, beautiful royal blue. And so I went into the store like, la la la, excuse me, I'm looking, because I took the skirt with me, or the fabric. I was like, excuse me, I'm looking for this fabric. Where would it be? Because it wasn't where it was when I purchased it. And the salesperson said, oh, I think we've sold out of that fabric. I was like a deer with headlights. I was like, no, that's not possible. I need at least a yard of this fabric. I'm going to pause my story a second, let you see how beautiful that is. It's all sewn down now, and even the little piece there. So it's coming out of the pocket. So now I can stitch down. I'm going to take this denim piece. Oh, there's one more thing I'm going to do before I do that. I had placed this button right here. Was it there? I had placed that button right. Oh, you can't see it. Let's see. I had placed this button right there. I'm just going to stitch that down. Stitch that button on. And I use the same color thread as the applique, because this is what's called a button with a shank, which means that this part on the bottom is called a shank. If you see, I'm trying to let you see the side of that. So instead of having the eyes, it has the little hole. And so since the thread is going to be on the applique, I need to use the same color thread. And actually, I could use black thread, because the little round part, the shank, is black, but it's going to be on the gold applique. So I think I'm going to stick with, that's one of those designer preferences that you get to make when you're designing something. So I'm going to stitch this button on right here. First, I'm going to take a couple of stitches. And this time I am using 2 threads instead of one. The applique I sold on with a single strand of thread. The button, because I want it to be really, really sturdy, I am sewing with 2 strands of threads. So now that I have that, oh, what happened to my button? Now that I have that on, I'm going to stitch this button on. And again, making sure that I'm not sewing my pocket down. So, and the reason why I said I could use black is because this button isn't going to be a functional button. So I'm not going to worry too much of wrapping the thread around the shank. But if I was sewing this on the front of the garment, thank you. That looks really good. Thank you. That looks wonderful. Thank you. So I am going to stitch this button on so it stays on for dear life and doesn't come off. So back to my story. My thread is getting caught on my straight pins on the back pocket. So back to my story. So I just knew they had extra fabric. I looked and I looked and I prayed and I looked and I looked. And I told the sales, I went and she said, I'm sorry, we don't have any more. I said, can you call another store and see if they have some? She called several other stores. They did not have the fabric. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And I said, I am not leaving this store until I have some fabric. I don't know where it's coming from, but I prayed and I was like, Lord, I know that you would not let me make a mistake like this without something being here for me, a ram in the bush. So finally the sales rep said, you know what? Let me go check the whole bin. Maybe we have some fabric in there. So when she came out waving a piece of that royal blue linen fabric. And she said, I found it. I found it. Miss Amatuzzi is always putting fabric on hold. And there was some on hold for her. And I said, Lord, thank you for Miss Amatuzzi putting this fabric on hold for me. I took that fabric, I recut the front of that skirt and redid it and had it made and ready for my client for that Friday, for that wedding, for that Saturday. And later when I told her the story, she just laughed and she said, you could have changed the color. I wouldn't have mind. I was like, girl, I was stressing out over that. So you want to know about what stresses me out? Making a mistake like that stresses me out. Okay, so now that's done. So now I'm getting stuck by pins. Okay, so now, did I stitch this? Oh, I didn't stitch that. You know what? I'm going to have to stitch this piece. I'm going to take it off because I need to stitch this leopard print, and I'm going to actually stitch that on the machine. I'm going to stitch around that and then I'll stitch that down. But again, I'm trying to keep the pockets open, so I'm going to have to stitch this gold piece by hand. So I'm just going to take that off right now. I know where it goes. So the part that I'm going to stitch by hand. Okay, where's my thread? See, this is how I lose my needles. Here it is. So I am going to, this is another pet peeve of mine, is when people don't use the right color thread for some of their projects. Okay, I need this brown color thread or something very, very close to it. which I think I just found. Let's see, is that brown? No, that's purple. I have bins and bins of thread. This is a good good color for that brown. And it's not going to take that much. And so this is what my bins, some of my bins look like with some of my threads, some of the smaller spools. And then I have a big box of threads. And I don't like having my threads out because I don't like the sun coming through and bleaching the thread. So I'm going to sew that part by hand too. I know I'm partial to it. I really love the leopard. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I thank you for your compliments. And it's kind of crazy how, you know what, I'm going to need some, if I should do that in brown. Okay. If you find when you're threading your needle that the thread isn't going through the eye of the needle, just cut your thread on an angle. Don't lick the end or wet your fingers and wet the end of your thread because that causes the thread to swell and it's not gonna, you're making it worse. It's not gonna go through the eye of the needle. Okay, let's see. I had to make sure this is at the edge of the pocket. I really wish I had, I did press this, but let me just make sure this is close to the edge. Let me pull that down. Because when I stitch that, the edge part I can stitch on the sewing machine, which is what I plan on doing. But the part that's on the pocket, again, because I don't want the pocket stitched down, I've got to sew that little bit by hand. So I'm just going to go underneath. And again, I'm back at my single thread. And once I get the thread from wrapped around the straight pin, that'll be wonderful. Oh, really? Okay, I just took the straight pin out because it wasn't wanting to unwrap. So I'm trying to push this little bit under that's going to get stitched down. Okay, and now I'm going to stitch this part down by hand. And I'm actually going inside under, like doing a slip stitch, like if you were closing a pillow. I'm picking up one thread from the bottom and one thread from the top so that it's not seen. I don't want there to be any stitches shown. So that's called a slip stitch. And again, it's the same way if you were making a pillow for your home and you had stuffed it and you just left one area open. This is how you would close it. And again, sometimes you will get a knot in your thread. Beeswax is really good to keep your thread from knotting, but if you pull on it, sometimes you can get the knot out, sometimes you can't, and sometimes you have to start all over again. Is there a way to do this with the machine? Yeah, if I took the pocket off and restitched the pocket, I could do that, but I didn't want to take the pocket off because I like the stitching on the pocket. And I am going to stitch the end part of the pocket. So that part will be stitched on the machine. But this part, I did not want, I don't want to stitch. Some people stitch it down. If I stitched on top of this, it would close the pocket, so the pocket couldn't be utilized. And so that's what I'm trying to be utilitarian, where they have pockets so that they could use the pockets if they wanted to. So I didn't want to stitch down the pockets. I could, but I just don't want to. So yeah, it takes a little bit longer doing it this way, but okay, I gotta rethread that. I went too far and caught my thread on the outside. So I think I moved the camera a little. Okay, there we go. So if I didn't want the pockets accessible, like to be used as a pocket, then I could have sewn this on the sewing machine. And if you were making this for yourself and you didn't want to go through this trouble, go right ahead, stitch the pocket down. But like I said, women love pockets, and why not make it so that the pocket could be used? You could put your cell phone back here, money, nothing bulky though. LOL. Look at me knowing the terms. Yes. What did you say up top? Let's see. What are we working on now? Is the applique finished? Yes, the applique is finished. Now we're working on the pockets. I should say the applique on this particular one is done, because guess what? I've got to do that applique again on another belt that we put it on, because it just looked so cool. But it's going to look totally different than this skirt. It's going to have some of the same components, but it's going to look different. The applique is going to look the same, but what I'm saying is that because it's a different pair of jeans that we use and different colored fabrics, it's going to look different. Again, what I'm doing is slip stitching this so that you cannot see where the stitching is. I'm picking up a few stitches on the pocket and a few stitches on the leopard print. And it's a cotton fabric. And these were all remnants that we had that we use. We try to really be true to upcycling and upcycle the fabric, the trims, pieces from other jeans or denim pieces that we've taken apart, zippers from pants that might be damaged. We did that with one of our designs that one of our clients purchased, and it looks so cute. And again, this is something that I would love to do a workshop with, so that people could construct and make their own. They bring a pair of jeans that they no longer want to wear as jeans, and I will teach them how to upcycle it into a belt so they can do the work. Chat. Okay, let's see. I know I've taken for granted the amount of work that goes into these designs. I had no idea till I saw you do it. Aw, that's another reason why I'm thankful for these streams. The people need to know. Yes, truly. Let's see, what else did I miss? You've inspired me to work on my cosplay tonight after your stream is over. You can work on it together. Just videotape it while I'm talking. You could be listening and seeing. Let's go, inspiration. Yes, Hunty. Okay, now at the end, I am going to tack this on top because that's going to be covered. So I don't have to be so particular about the stitch not showing. Now this is what I hate, when my thread gets caught on straight pins when I'm stitching. Okay. Alrighty. So now that I've stitched that down, I'm gonna check the other pocket. I don't remember what I did on the other pocket. Oh, it's a lighter color. So now I can stitch this on the machine. This part here, which I'm going to do. Well, you know what? I might do the other hand sewing first. Or would you guys like to see me sew it on the sewing machine? I'm just trying not to move my camera so that if I go back, I want to be chatting and stuff. Okay, so do you guys want to see me stitch it on the machine, this part, or do all the handwork first and then go and stitch the rest? I say do whatever makes the most sense for your design. Well, I am going to do the handwork on these pockets, so then I can, well, what I'm going to do, okay, see, this is the only thing you have to be mindful of, that you don't, okay, here's my piece. So I can't stitch this on. I can't stitch this piece on until I stitch around the pocket. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to pin this back only because I don't want to, let's see, I want to make sure I remember my design, because it would be easy. Okay, this was this way. Okay, I don't want to miss my design, because sometimes it's easy to not have your design, like you come up with this fabulous design and then you end up forgetting how you had it, and then you have to come up with a new design. So I'm just going to repin that just as a holding place.
If you or a loved one has been involved in an auto accident, call 321
let's see, 1, 2, 3,
7777.
4. Yeah, we use 4 different prints on this design.
These days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices.
So I'm just pinning this so that I don't forget, and then I'm going to stitch the other,
when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions
the
apply.
other
See website for
pocket
details.
down.
Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
So I got that. And if I had been smart, I would have glued this piece right here, put the piece in the back, so to make this into a pin that could be taken off, so that if this needed to be cleaned or dry cleaned, it could do that. But you know what? If you took something like this to the dry cleaners, because it's denim, they would wash it as opposed to dry cleaning it. I did that once with a pair of jeans. I used to take my jeans to the cleaners because I wanted the indigo blue to stay indigo blue. And I was so mad one day when I picked up my jeans, the dry cleaner had washed them. Yo, today, how's it going tonight? Sorry I had to dip earlier and didn't get to chat with you. Oh, you're talking to Teddy. Go Teddy. Okay, so I'm going to take this off and I'm going to do the same thing on this side, just around here. I'm going to stitch that down by hand. Again, the reasoning is because I don't want the pockets sewn down. I want the pockets to be usable. So that's the only reason why I'm taking the extra care to do that. And some people don't care. They'd be like, shoot, I'll just go ahead and stitch that right on down. I don't care about that pocket. And if you're making it for yourself, you can do that. Now, I'm really frugal. I'm going to save this piece of thread because I'm going to use that again, but I need the lighter color for this side over here. So that's another thing that comes with the territory of designing. And when you're using different color fabrics, sometimes it's a good idea to change your color, the thread color that you're working in. And not everybody does that, but those are those little details that I do consider. So now I'm going to go underneath and pick up some of the denim, and then I'm going to start stitching this down. And just so you know, I've already ironed this part down to make it easier. And I'm pinning across, I'm pinning at a right angle to this line so that I'm not getting stuck. Reaper, you had asked about that, getting stuck with the straight pins. So if you learn sometimes to look for the line of the what you're pinning down and pin perpendicular to that line, it keeps you from getting stuck. Well, I don't know how y'all wear these headphones for hours upon hours. Maybe because I have a hat on too. Maybe that's what it is. But I'm like, whoo, it kind of hurt my ears after a while. LOL, I was getting stuck because I was using the pin to shred the jeans. Oh, you could have used I'll have to show you. It's like I don't know what it's like we used to call it an awl, AWL in school, and it looks like a giant needle with a wooden end on it. And I know I've seen something similar at the Dollar Tree. It's not constructed as nicely as the awl, but you could have used something like that to help you with the shredding. And it does take some time doing that shredding. And as you can see, this doesn't take half as much time. We got to get you some earbuds. I know. I think I'd rather these. Well, No, those are different. I was gonna say I have my Bose earbuds. Couldn't I use those? Oh yes, it took me 4 hours for one hole. So you understand. Okay, I think I'm going to, what I did up front, I took part of my mini ears pattern and stuck it in here. That's what I'm gonna do over here so that I can stitch. With putting that cardboard inside keeps me from picking up the back side of the pocket. And so I can keep this flat as I'm stitching this top part down. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Some of this stuff you learn from trial and error. That old adage, work smarter, not harder. That's what comes into play. That's why I like some of the quick tips sometimes you can find on YouTube and Instagram. And when you sew, you should always be alert to learn, because I still learn things. As much as I do know about sewing, there's always new things that I learn every day, and things that I see on Instagram that I think are really cool. And sometimes I say, oh, why didn't I think of that? So again, the ends of these pockets I can stitch down because the outside is stitched down. But the main goal was to keep the inside of the pocket free. So that's what I'm doing. Let's see, do I have any more mishaps, sewing mishaps? Thankfully, I haven't had too many disasters. But when they have, oh, I got a good story for you. It wasn't funny when it happened. And again, something like that had never happened to me. I was altering a gown for one of my dance buddies, and it was at the end, and being the perfectionist that I am, I was like, oh, let me just press it one more time. And I pressed it, and somehow, and the iron was not on high, it burned a hole in her dress. And I wanted to pass out. I'm like, oh my God, how did that happen? And the thing that made it so bad is that it wasn't at the hemline. It was far up into the gown. And so I took it with me to my dance class, and I did not want to tell her over the phone because I did not want her panicking. And I just said, I am so sorry. I burned a hole in your gown. I promise you, I will fix it. Right now, I don't know how I'm going to fix it, but I will fix it. And she said, I trust you. And we were both praying, and she kept trying to come up with solutions for it. And I said, well, what if I make it a T length? Could I cut it off and make it a T length? And she said no, because everybody's wearing a long gown, so it has to go to the floor. And so I'm like, oh my God, I can't cut the hem because it'll be too short. I can't pleat it. How am I going to fix this? So I ended up having to embroider some lace appliques that I put on her gown. One that definitely covered the little burn. The thing that made the burn so precarious was that it ended up being in a place where, like, it looked like a cigarette burn. Transparency is a good thing. Kudos to you for saving this client. Listen, it was in my control. It was in my possession. And if it meant I stayed up all night until I was able to figure out how to fix her gown, then that's what it meant. Because it was my fault. Even though it wasn't my fault, it was my fault because her gown was in my possession. And so I just worked with it. I mean, I tried so many different things, including crying, because I was just so frustrated because something like that had, other than the skirt design, that had not happened to me. And I could, for the life of me, couldn't understand how it happened and how it looked like it was a cigarette burn when it was the iron that burnt it. I mean, I was thankful that it was only a tiny burn, but that still didn't keep me from having to figure out how to fix it. And again, it was for the wedding and I was running out of time. I had to come up with a solution. So what I did was I embroidered some applique pieces in the color of the dress. I even went to Ross to look for fabric that was, because I went to the fabric store and they did not have fabric that was the color of her gown, which was like this burgundy color. And so I was like, okay, where am I going to get fabric that looks the same color as her dress so that I can, I'm working on this side now, and I'm going to take my little pin that I put there because I just wanted to see what it looks like. And again, this piece I'm going to make into, this came from a bracelet that had fallen apart that my friend had. And so we're upcycling that bracelet too. So I was like, where am I going to get fabric that looks the same color as her gown? So my idea was, let me go to Ross and see if I can find a dress, an inexpensive dress, because I have my budget. I said, I need to find an inexpensive dress that I can take apart and use as the background for the lace. I wanted to cry when my neck piece wasn't coming out right. Yeah, I mean, it happens. And so I cried. I went to bed crying that night because I just couldn't figure out how to solve this problem. And that's what design is sometimes. Sometimes you have to think outside of the box and come up with a way to solve your problem. So I ordered, and mind you, it cost me more by the time I had to do all of this stuff. I had to buy the fabric, I mean the garment, because I was going to cut it to use it for the lace to embroider on top of. And then I had to order these lace appliques that I was going to embroider out on my machine. And then again, I had to have it so that it cut apart so that it looked like it was part of the dress. So I did all of that, and she was very happy with the results. I ended up redesigning her dress a little, and she loved it. She was like, I like this better than the original. And she said, but you know what? I wasn't worried. I knew the Lord was going to help you get this done. And we both hugged, and she cried, I cried. She cried tears of happiness. And I cried tears of relief. Like, oh my God. Thank you, Lord, for helping me to fix that. That was totally my fault. And needless to say, what do you think happened to that iron? That iron got the boot. And I went out and bought a $250, let's see, what's the name of that iron? Rowenta. It has its own system, and now I'm ready to kick that one to the curb because the way it comes on is kind of funky, and it doesn't heat up as quickly as I would like it to, and it makes this loud noise when it's heating up. So I really think I got a lemon. I think I got it on sale. It was $299. It was $299, and I think I bought it for $150 on sale. But the one that I love is by a company called Europro, and I love it. I have one at my studio that I thrifted. There used to be a thrift shop close to my studio, and the manager he knew that I sewed, and he would always call me when he had pieces like that he would get donated, and I would go in, and if it was something I could use, I would purchase it. And that's what I did. I purchased that Europro, and I like it better than the one I have. I think I paid $35 at the thrift shop. I sent you some shoes after you finished stream to look at for my bridesmaid's dress. Okay, sure. So I love the one at my studio. It's by Europro, and I actually saw one on eBay it's a complete system where the water goes into this little tank and it steams. It makes really nice steam. And so I love using that to steam my garments. And I had a Europro that I still have out in my garage that I refuse to get rid of. It has a vacuum. I don't know if you've ever seen a vacuum, but when you iron, you need to let your seams cool, because if they're still hot when you take them up, they're just going to go back to the way they were. So you need to kind of use your hand. Like I had a professor that said you kind of do like that with your hand after you press your seams and things, and then let it cool. So the Europro that I have, the heating element went out, and I'm wondering if the heating element could be replaced, because there's nothing else wrong with it, and it's the same as similar to the one that I have. At the time, that one cost $600, and it was well worth it. And the heating element went out once before, and the company replaced it, but now it's so ancient, I don't even know. I don't know where to get the heating element from for the iron, but I would love to be able to use it again, because I love the Europro I have in my studio. And I guess you're wondering for this one why I didn't stitch this one down. Is because I stitched a lining If you can see, I stitched a lining to the back of this one. So that's like a little hidden pocket right there. So I don't have to stitch that one down by hand. So if I had been smart, I would have done that to the back pieces too. But I did this after I had done these pieces. So again, sometimes you just learn a better method of doing things. So I am going to stitch this down. I made this piece a little bit bigger than the pocket, so I'm kind of cheating here and folding that over because I want it to be right on the pocket's edge. So now I can stitch these down. Okay, so when I'm stitching something like this, the bottom thread is going to be blue because of this, and the top thread is going to be the color that I actually stitch in. So I am going to, well, before I do that, I think I want to tack this down in spots. Now this is already sewn. If you see the back side of this, I'm just going to tack these. Oh, my cord fell out for my sewing machine. So I'm going to tack this in place. This I'm going to stitch on the machine. And I could tack that on the machine too, but I'm just going to tack it underneath the belt loops. So I need blue thread to do that. And again, I have a long enough piece of thread that I'm going to save this thread. Very frugal. I'll use it and rethread it and wrap it around so I won't lose it. Okay. I need a glue. I found a blue. That's a good blue. So these are all the little finishing touches that go into something like this, that when you finally look at the final product, very frugal, very demure. Yes, yes, yes. I'm really impressed with how it's coming out. Awesome. It's going to look really, really cute on too. Okay, thread, go in the hole. Okay, and this, because I'm going to put a thread tack, I'm going to use 2 threads like I did when I sewed on the buttons. Okay, let me. And this waist kind of has a little stretch, so that's why I wouldn't stitch the whole thing down. I might pull that over just a tad. Okay, so I'm just gonna move this over and just put a thread tack. Oh no, it's stuck on my button. Okay. The one we worked on today, oh my gosh, it's so cool. It has lace on it and it's asymmetrical. So That one's gonna look really cool on something. Okay. So I didn't pull this all the way through, so my thread is, put that right there. So I'm gonna go back in and tack this like a button again because I ended up cutting that off. So this is the part I hate, when it gets caught on stuff as you're sewing it by hand. Okay. And this I can just tack on the back. It's getting stuck on everything, every straight pin, every button. Oh, come on. Sometimes I'll pull on the outside thread to see which one I need to pull to the back in a situation like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna stitch back here to knot it, and then I'm gonna make a knot. I'm gonna show you how I make a knot with the thread. I go in, well, okay, let me pull that first. Oh, great, it just popped. So now I've got to try to thread my needle with 2 threads because it just popped. And when that happens, I need to check that thread because it shouldn't have just popped that easily. So that thread might be super old. I'll keep the spool, but I'm gonna look for a different thread. Navy blue. That's the color I'm using. So let's see. Okay. Now sometimes when I have to put 2 threads through the eye, I'll thread one and then the second one if I'm having a problem like this. I'll thread the one and hold it down, move it out the way, and then thread the second one inside the eye of the needle. Or if you have one of those little metal threaders, this would be the perfect time to use one of those, because then you could just stick it through the little metal piece and pull it straight through the needle. Okay, so I've got both of my threads through. So let me try this again. I'm gonna pull it through. And I've gone around enough times. I'm gonna hide it inside, pull it through, and cut it. So I am going to do a test. Like I said, this thread is old. Let's see, I'm gonna show you. Let's see if I can get this on camera. Do you see how easy it's popping? That means that this thread is old, and so I can't use that because the thread is not stable. It's too old. Thread will get old and it will rot. So that's something that when you sew and you have all of this different thread and stuff, you always want to check. Now I see I have blue on a bobbin, so I'm going to steal some thread from the bobbin, but again, I'm going to make sure it doesn't, it's stronger than what I just had. So I'm not going to use that one. And I have a trick that I want to share. You know how you get those annoying little rubber straps in your clothing, the clear ones? That's what this is. And so what I did is my bobbin case kept opening. And so rather than use a rubber band, I just tied one of those that I had cut out of a dress. I tied it in a knot to make a closure for my bobbin case so that it wouldn't keep, so that it wouldn't keep falling apart. Like they would fall, and then all my bobbins were falling out on the floor. So I came up with this idea. I was like, oh, it's clear. I was like, so, that's a good use for that. So recycle, reuse, and reduce waste.
Our local, nationally recognized
So
attorneys
I
have
was
a proven
happy
track
with
record
myself.
of winning major compensation for our clients.
U.S. News and World Report has designated only a single firm in Brevard County as Tier 1, and that firm is Nan's
We're gonna do
Cacciatore.
some more
If you or a
tax
loved one
on the
has been involved in an auto
on
accident,
the
call 321
where'd my thread go?
7777.
Local firm. Legendary results.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into
So I'm
our
gonna
own
thread
hands,
this
like house keys.
needle. Oh, I'm gonna go back to pickleball because the outfit that I'm wearing, I played pickleball in today, and I had a blast in my little outfit. I felt like Serena with my little pickleball outfit. I was fashionable, but yet I was playing pickleball at the same time. I said, oh, now I see how Serena felt when she would design some of her outfits where she wanted her outfits to be a certain way. Okay, so now I'm going in underneath this loop, and I'm going to tack this down. I'm tacking this little faux belt down again, and it only needs a tack, so we don't need to go crazy. So a couple of times through is all we need to do. Hey, that rhymed. And then I'm gonna knot it. That's what I was trying to do the first time, and it wouldn't let me be great, but I've done it this time. There. And now I'm gonna go through the waistband on the inside to bury that thread inside so you can barely see where I thread tapped it. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep repeating that until I have tacked underneath all of the belt loops. And again, I didn't want to stitch it down because this waistband has a little stretch in it, and I want to have it so that if somebody wants to wear it that needs a little extra stretch, they can have that. So, and then they could always wear a real belt on top of it if they didn't want that to show. Okay. You are really doing an amazing job. Oh, thank you. Love doing stuff like this. I think from a little girl, I used to always be hunting, and I loved going through my grandmother's drawer, her desk drawer, and finding things, looking for stuff. And so I think that's my love for thrifting. I think that it came from that. So I'm going to go in here and tack this down. So back to pickleball. So I have only been playing pickleball for about probably about 6 weeks now. and I've gotten a lot better. And something that I thought I didn't want to learn, I have come to love, and I'm getting a lot better. Some of the people who have been playing pickleball for years have said, "Oh my gosh, you don't look like you just started. You're doing an amazing job." And then one of the directors at one of the places that I go said, "You're looking so much better. You're doing such a great job." And so that makes you feel good to know that you're improving. And then the fact that I'm getting a lot of exercise, that's the part that I love. Although I do need to get back to my strength training because I do strength training as well. But for the cardio, pickleball is such a great sport for cardio. Now, there is a disclaimer. The guys that are really, really good, man, they are on that court and they can stand in one place sometimes. That's awesome. Going to be a pickleball champ. That's right. I just learned that Andre Agassi has become a pickleball professional. And some of these people are making like $3 million playing pickleball. I'm like, whoa. But what I was saying about some of the guys that are really, really good, they stand in one spot and they're like, whoop, whoop, whoop. I mean, they kill that ball. And it's like, some of them, it's like, okay, have mercy on me. I'm new. Because they will hit balls at your feet where you can't get them. They will hit it in the corners of the court where you can't get them. They will do an overhead slam sometimes. And so I'm really learning a lot playing pickleball. Today was the first time I played at an outside pickleball court. There were 6 pickleball courts, and you have 4 players on a court. All of the courts were filled, and these were outside courts. They were all filled, and it was just amazing to me the people, how many people at 8 o'clock in the morning were out there playing pickleball like they were at a job. And some of them take it really, really serious. Like some people don't like to lose. Like, I mean, I don't like to lose, but if I lose, it's like, okay, I'm still learning, no big deal. Except for when you keep losing and you keep losing and you keep losing. Then that's a problem. Because you do want to win. And if you don't score a point, like tonight when I played, we got pickled. That's what it's called when the other team wins the game and you didn't even score not 1 point. It's called getting pickled. Nobody wants to get pickled. So there was a game we played tonight where I actually got at least 1 point. My partner and I got 1 point. But I also won a game with this guy. His name is Kurt. Kurt is so good, and I was his team player. So that was great. Okay, so I have finished all of the hand sewing. The rest, I think this little belt loop, so needs to be, I'm going to sew that down and then I'm going to stitch it on the machine, because this was a last minute idea to pull together the trim here and this. So that's what it looked like without it. And then when you add it, you can kind of see how it pulls in this detail. So that's what those are some of the things that your eye picks up on. And some of it is trial and errors. Like, oh, let me see how this looks. And then you try it, you like it, or sometimes you try it and say, nah, that's not working for me. I don't like that. And then you come up with something different. So I'm just going to sew this belt loop down. And then the other things that I'm going to do will be after I sew the pockets down, then the rest of it, I'll have to stitch some of it by hand. And some of it is gonna be hard because this denim is really, really thick. And sometimes if you're not using a heavy duty sewing machine, like a commercial sewing machine, sometimes it's hard. Okay, guys, I have lost my needle that quickly. So I've got to find my needle. Okay. What did I do with my needle? This is the other frustrating thing about sewing. When you don't move, but you lose your needle. It's like, seriously? Like, I literally had it tacking that down. I do not. Okay, wait. Here it is. Yay! Okay. Maybe I need to go back to Joann's and get some needles, several packs of needles. I have a hard time keeping up with my needles. Okay. And again, I'm going to use a single thread, and I'm stitching this onto the belt loop and make it look like one piece. And again, a lot of what I'm doing is preserving different elements that I still want to work. Because if I didn't care about the pockets and things like that, I could have sewn it on the sewing machine and been done with it. But I like versatility in a design and functionality in designing. I don't want it to just look pretty. I want it to be functional as much as possible. And since, like I said, we ladies, we love pockets. We'll have on a dress and we'll proudly proclaim, it has pockets. What kind of gear do you need, Reaper? What other gear? I know you need a few more tools like rulers, like the hip curve, and the there's one that I use when I do hemlines. Talk about the write in the chat some of the gear that you think you need. Because for years, when I was in high school, I didn't have a serger, so I used a zigzag stitch to clean finish my edges, and then I used different seam techniques to finish off the inside. Now, does a serger work better? Absolutely. Was I happy when I got one? Absolutely. I need more organization stuff. Well, the Dollar Tree can be your best friend because they have some cute things. And then this place called you should see in your in your area if you have a freight and harbor place, because I think I got some of these bins I think I got these bins from Freight and Harbor, and like these have buttons in them. Look what I found, a little barrette. I wonder whose barrette that is. But yeah, so I got these, I believe, from Freight and Harbor, but they have nice bins and things like that. And I would also, like I said, check the Dollar Tree. We used to have a Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning was great for organizational pieces. Michael's, and of course the other place that everybody shops online has a lot of organizational things. Our Joanne still has a lot of organizational pieces, but I personally believe that they're still high for no reason. It's like you're going out of business. Give us a break. Some of these prices you were charging when I was shopping in here. This is not a deal. When what has happened is a liquidator has come in. And a lot of times when liquidators come in, their bottom line is to make as much money as possible for that company. And sometimes they purchase the balance of what's left and sell it. And so I think, I don't know this for a fact, but I believe that that might be what happened in our area, because I'm seeing a lot of things. Well, they said some of the stuff came from the warehouse, but I'm seeing stuff that has nothing to do with the items that I used to see in Joann's being sold. But 40% off of something that was already, where the price was already marked up 50 and 60%, that's not a deal to me. You're gonna have to drop that a little bit more. This is what I'm working on now. I'm sewing this to this belt loop. And I only did this, we only put this in the back. So I only have to do one of these.
Because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year at lifelock.com/Spotify. Terms apply.
I can't believe you scored tickets to this Nati Natasha concert.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, why not splurge?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Of course. Wow, that's a nice picture.
Okay.
The S25 Plus takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI on us when you trade in your current phone in any condition.
The design that we worked on today, like I said, it was asymmetrical, and we're putting a cargo pocket on it. I made a cargo pocket that I'm going to put on the side that's the longer side of the denim belt, and then I'm going to put pearls all over it. Like, I think you guys saw me put pearls on my sneakers one time when I did my sneakers on one of the streams. So that's what I'm going to do with the denim skirt. Now, getting back to mass production. Oh, thank you, Jess Lacrita. Oh, wow. Thank you. Oops, I spelled thank you wrong. Welcome in, everyone. Oh, thank you, Jess Lacrita. Thank you so much. Hello, Blade of Creation. I have been here designing a upcycle jean belt that was made from a pair of jeans. My friend and we designed these together. We have a show coming up on, I think, April the 16th, where we're gonna take these and hopefully sell out. So we've been getting together in my studio, and we've come up with the designs, and now I'm just doing some of the sewing. I did some sewing in my studio, but some of it had to be done by hand, and so that's what I'm doing. Okay, I will show you what I'm working on, and I'm gonna go to the just chatting screen so that you can see. I think you'll get a better view. So I'm buttoning it up so you can see. So this is the denim belt. Oh, wait. I have it backwards. Okay. Sorry. I was looking at that. I was like, wait, that's off. Okay, so this is the denim belt. I hand applique that lace piece, this piece right here. Let's see. No. That piece. Okay, so I hand applique the lace piece. So this is the front. And I still have a little bit more to do in the front. And then this is the back. And this piece going across here is what I have to sew on. I took it off of this pocket because I sewed all around there. Oh, thank you. I'm working on my setup. Thank you. I got a little bit of work to do, like my window back there. That's really not like how I would want it. And I wish you could see my cute chair that's on the sign up there. It's a little cute wrought iron chair. So that's one of the designs. And this is a design and all of these are from Upcycled Jeans. So that's one that I'm working on. And then this one, which is similar. It's similar to the one that I'm completing today, but it's a little different. Wait, it's falling apart because this one, we did the waistband differently. And like I said, sometimes you learn a better way. And I did learn a better way of working with the belt part. So this is what this one looks like. In the front, we did like a tuxedo stripe down the side. And then this is the back. So these could be worn over a bodycon dress. That one is super nice. Which one? Which one did you like? Which one did you like? The last one with the tuxedo stripe? So this one looks really cute on. And I still have to sew the rhinestones down. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that one too. And we came up with that design. That was the second one after we did the first one. And again, we kind of let the jeans kind of talk to us. So what I need to do now that I've done the handwork, This little booger here took the longest. Madam, I shall duel you for this one. They're, you can place an order. How about that? You do your own special designs. On guard. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so let's see if I can get this sewing machine to work. Not to get the sewing machine to work. It's so you could see me stitching it because my camera, let me go back to, well, until I get it set up, I'll just try to move my machine forward. And then I'm gonna have to change my camera. So if you can't see, I've got to figure out a better system for my camera so that when I'm sewing, you can see. Let's see. Let me see. I'm going to go back to main crafting and see what you see. Okay. It would be nice if this kind of stayed. It's like twisting around. Elgato needs to come up with a camera that's just for sewing so that people can see closely. This is why I didn't want to. We got to get Mama Reaper a clamp on camera. I have one and it's moving all around. This table doesn't let it clamp properly. That's part of the problem. Let's see, maybe I could do like that. Let's see. Up, and there went the clamp. Let's see, maybe I could. Okay, maybe if I do that. How about that? Let's see. It's not clamping onto my table that greatly because the lip isn't that great. Can you guys see that? Or do I need to move it? Okay, that's better. I might add a piece, a ledge, a lip that this could clamp onto. That's not gonna work because it's on my take-up lever. It needs to be by itself. Let's see, that's not gonna work. How is that? That works? Okay. This machine is ancient, by the way. This was like the top of the line Husqvarna Viking sewing machine. It does embroidery and straight stitching and all of these little fabulous stitches that I've never used. I didn't buy it for that reason. I bought it, or my husband bought it for me for the embroidery. I wanted to be able to do embroidery. And I also, so I'm using the blue bobbin thread. And you know what? I need light. Oh, I'm scared to touch this. I need my little art light. So let's see. But anyway, he bought this for me for the embroidery, and I used to make a killing just doing embroidering baby names on blankets and on bibs, that kind of stuff. If I ever got another embroidery machine, it would be a commercial embroidery machine, because when you're working with real embroidery, use the new light I bought you, ma'am, if you need. Oh, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Let me see if it turns on. Okay, it's not turning on. Is it plugged in? Let's see. Oh, no. Oh, it's not plugged in. That's, wow. Okay, I cannot plug it in. I do not have another outlet. I'm going to have to get another power strip. And I'm scared to unplug anything. So for right now, I'm just going to have to, use what I have. The machine has a light on it, but it's so ancient. I took it in years ago, probably about 5 years ago, and told them, oh, I want my machine cleaned, and I would like the light fixed. And when I went to pick my machine up, they were like, oh, I'm sorry, your machine died. And I was like, excuse me? When I gave you my machine, it was working. Ma'am, this machine is over 30 years old, or 28 years, 25, over 25 years old. You can't expect it to continue to work. I said, when I gave you my machine was working, and I don't care. I said, I know it's old. I agree with you. I said, but it was sewing just fine. I bought it in to be cleaned, and if I cannot get it cleaned, then I want my machine back. I don't care if you have to get an old machine and take parts from it to make my machine work. But I am not buying a new machine. I am not upgrading. So I want my machine back like I gave it to you. And the lady kept saying, I'm sorry, we can't, that machine is old. I was like, but it was working fine. So please give me my machine back. Guess what? They gave me my machine back, and then she said, ma'am, we are not, if something happens to it, we are not going to warranty it. So if it goes out again, then I'm sorry. That's just it. It's done. I was like, okay, I'll accept that. And I brought it home to make sure it was working. Or actually, I sat and sewed with it there. And I said, if my machine is not working, I'm not taking it until you have it working. Well, guess what? They got it back working. Miraculously, they got it back working. Yes, threading machine is the worst. And that's where that little light would be helping me right about now. Because I am not seeing this little teeny tiny hole. And I did have a threader, but I have no idea where it is right now. This thread is thick, and that's part of the problem. Let me see if I have. Is that brown? That's a little dark. I have a whole bin of cone thread, but I am not seeing the brown. So I will be right back. I have another bin filled with um thread. So let me grab some thread that's a little bit thinner, and I'll be right back. Sorry for ever doing that. Okay, here's my solution. Okay. I love this room in the daytime because the light in here is so good. Why did you turn off? That's never happened. Okay, there we go. We're back in business. Either this, you know what? I just pulled the thread out of here, so I know this needle, the eye is not that small. do not know why it's taking me like forever to thread this needle. This is one of the reasons why I stopped sewing late with dark colored thread. You know what? I have a solution because this is not cooperating. And if all else fails, then try something new. So this might work, it might not work. Because like I said, I do not know where my little wire is for when this happens. But I am going to try to attempt. Let's see. It's going, I can, pieces of it packing through. Oh. Okay, so this one goes through fine. Why isn't this one going through? This makes no sense. Okay, finally. I guess I wasn't cutting it at an angle enough. Alrighty. So I'm gonna, like I had said before, I'm gonna stitch right along the edges. And one of the things I loved about this sewing machine was that it was self-oiling. So I've never had to oil this machine. And like I said, it's over 20 some odd, it's over 30 years old. And I've never had to oil it. It probably needs to be cleaned though, but I'm scared to touch it because I want it to last for whatever life it has left. Okay. And I guess you're wondering why I started over here is because I'm going to put a different color thread on the other side. Yes, I am going to suffer through threading this needle again. What brand is that? It is a Viking Husqvarna. It was the #1 plus. It was the top of the line when it first came out. It was one of the first home embroidery machines that did a phenomenal job. Oh, let me move my phone before it falls. And the stitching is still so good. And I can put the needle in the down position, which I love. So when the machine is stitching and it stops, the needle automatically stops in the down position. So it's a wonderful little machine. And now you can see why I was annoyed. As well as it's sewing now, you can see why I was annoyed when they gave me back a machine that wasn't working. Oh, nice. I did not know they made sewing stuff. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Their machines, I will say, are very, very nice. And the only reason why the new Viking machines, the embroidery machines, they go for like around $8,000. This one at the time, is it frowned upon to sew over your straight pins? No, if you have, I'm gonna show you. If you have your needle, your straight pins at a right angle, I'm gonna show you. Some people say, "Oh, you mess up the feed dog," but if they're right angles, one of my teachers taught me that years ago in fashion high school, that if they are at a right angle, you can sew right over those pins. So you see, I sewed right over those straight pins. Now this one, I would never get over that one because it's sitting this way. So if I wanted to stitch over that one, I would just put it, it would be perpendicular to this line here. So when I stitch, I can stitch right over that needle. And again, some experts say, "Oh, don't ever sew over pin, you'll damage your machine." I have been doing this for over 30 years, and if it's not at a right angle, you will damage your machine, and you will cause your needle to break, all of that. Like this one, I would never try to sew over that like that. Wasn't working. They wanted to keep your vintage machine. It is vintage, isn't it? Yes, they did want my machine. I was like, if y'all don't get me my machine, I was like, y'all are going to give me a machine and it's going to be equal to this one. So I don't care what you got to do, but you going to get my machine. Like they say now, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Let's see the bottom. Let me cut this. That's just some thread that got caught. But you see the bottom, I put blue thread, blue thread in. So that's what you can do when you working on a different color on the bottom compared to the top. So I'm gonna pin that. I don't have to stitch this because I stitched this by hand. Your lines are so neat. Mine, on the other hand, Reaper, you should have seen my high school skirt that I made. And when I saw that skirt years later, my mom had saved it. I was like, "Ma, actually let me wear that skirt to school like that." She said, "You made it." And I was like, "Yeah, but you shouldn't have let me out the house with that." Okay, I gotta thread the machine again. So let's see, do I want to use that color? Yeah, I think I want to use that color. This one is a Gutermann, so hopefully it threads in a lot better. But just Lakrita, can you imagine them telling me that my machine wasn't working, that it was old, when it was sewing just like it's sewing now? And like I said, it's been probably around 8 years since that happened, and I've still been sewing on it, making bridal gowns and all of that. It was like, no, y'all wanted me to spend $8,000, which I was not about to do. I would have bought a commercial machine before I spent $8,000 on. I would have bought a separate embroidery machine, and then I would have. You see how easy that one threaded? It must have been the thread. I'm gonna blame it on the thread. And I didn't change the bobbin because, again, remember the bobbin is blue. to match the bottom of the denim. So thing I like about commercial machines is that you have a knee press where you don't have to do the back and forth like this. You could do it with your knee and everything. And yes, I'd be drifting around. The singer, there are paddlefoot singers that still work. Of course. I actually used one. I taught a sewing class in Honduras years ago. I went on a missions trip for 10 days and I taught sewing to the young girls. And when they came out, they're like, oh, you have a machine? And I looked and I was like, oh my God, it's a treadle machine. I could not get that treadle machine going. I'm like, oh my God, this is harder than it looks. That was my first time sewing with a treadle machine. I don't know what they talk about. My machine, this antiquated machine sews so well. Better than some of the new ones. And it should, because this machine, when it was brand new, when it was the Taj Mahal, it was $5,000. And I got this one. They had used it for a workshop. And so I got a $2,000 discount. And they had only used it at that workshop. Like it was for 2 days. I was like, thank you. And yes, I will take that for that amount of money. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I will take that machine. I got threads hanging, y'all. I can't stand threads hanging in my work. And that's why I hate sometimes doing alterations, because I'll see stuff from the factory and I'll fix it, like with threads and stuff hanging. I'll cut it and then I'll be mad because I'm like, if I leave that, my client might think that I did that. And so I fix it because I want it to be right too. But then also I fix it because I don't want to be blamed for it. It's like, I didn't do that. That's not my workmanship. Okay, thread, don't run out. Okay? Don't run out on me. I'm easing that a little bit because I wanted it to turn that corner and stay on that corner. Some of these I'm taking out because they're not exactly at right angles and I don't want my needle to break. Although I do have a lot of needles. There's a place in I'm sure there's one out in LA, but there's a place. Oh, there went my camera. Sorry guys, I gotta fix it back. I am so sorry. I am gonna have to attach a piece for this to attach to where it won't fall off like that, because it's not clamping down on that base as well as it could. So that's what the problem is. I think I'm gonna have to put a piece, attach a piece of wood to be able to clamp down. Come on, don't do this to me. Okay, you can still see. Good. And I must say, these pins, if you're working in silk, these straight pins are not the straight pins you would use for silk fabric. They're too thick and they're too big. And the heads are, if you tried to press them, I think the heads would melt because they're not glass heads. You want to use stuff like glass heads for being able to press and sew on silk. See, this is when you know your machine is sewing well, when you can't see the other color on the other side. When you use two colors of thread, you want it to look good on the front and the back. Oh, and tell me why I got whispers, or just let me buy you the overhead mount clip. Okay, I think, okay, so I sewed that. Now let me sew this the edge of the, hopefully my machine will go through it. We shall see. Hopefully it's not too thick. Don't like the way that sounded. And what I used to teach my students is, if you hear a clunky sound, stop immediately and figure out what it is. Don't keep sewing, because something is wrong, and like that, the thread was bunched up underneath. So that's a good rule of thumb that I tell people, especially those who are learning for the first time, or they're new at sewing. Don't keep sewing. If it doesn't sound good, if you hear it clunking, stop. In fact, let me make sure my bobbin, this is really thick. Okay, my bobbin is fine. The thread is there. I think this is just thick, so hopefully I can stitch through it. Okay, and now I'm going to do the same thing to the top. And I stitched, just FYI, just Lakrita, I stitched the this fabric on, like I stitched it to the belt loop. Okay, this part is really thick, but hopefully I can stitch through it like I did the back. Did I break my needle? I did break my needle. So I need to change my needle. And I was bragging, oh, I have a lot of needles. So let's see where my needles are. I found my needles. And I am going to use a heavier needle, because that's why it broke. It was going through that thickness. For heavier fabrics, you use a thicker needle. For lighter fabrics like silk. And now I need my screwdriver. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's not silk. And just so you know, I sew 2 different places. And so some of my equipment is in here and some is out in my family room. So I will be right back. Actually, you know what? Here's a trick. Then I don't have to get up. These metal bobbins, where is it? They come in handy. Those are a Singer bobbin. Let's see, my little needle broke, but it was time to change it anyway. Okay, so And next time I will have all of my tools accessible. That's one of the things you were talking about, Reaper, right? Do you have room on your table for a small tripod? I have this little tripod. This one, I have room for this one. Can you see it? This little tripod. So I have that one. But I think if I just put the clamp, the thing about it, this table has a ledge. And as much as I love this table, maybe I just need to get a different table. Yes, thinking of ideas for your camera. Okay. All righty. Let's see if we can, with this heavy duty needle, go through this belt loop. And you notice I'm sewing slow because I want to get through it. That's what happened before. There's a part that's really thick. So I'm just going to pull this over, and instead of trying to back it up, I'm just going to stitch forward again. Because sometimes it's easier to do that. Okay. Yeah. And I fear that the other part is going to do the same thing, because it's like part that I cut off from the hem. We cut off from the hem of the pants. And so that's thick. Actually, there's not a lot of room on this corner. So I might just need to get like a little bit longer table. Listen, I found this table. Like, did I find it? I think somebody was throwing it away. And it was just, no, that's not true. I bought it from this wood place. Okay, so now I'm going to stitch this part. So I got to change my thread yet again. And this time to blue. To the royal blue or navy blue. Not royal blue. Thinking about my friend's skirt that I had to make for her. So I'm going to stitch that belt part down in the front.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumoniah compared to
I
adults
really needed
under
to
50.
change that
Gen
needle.
X,
That's why it
our
broke.
shot. Visit vacsassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
By the time I hit my 50s, I'd
Oh,
learned
I'm
a
out
few
of thread.
things, like how family
This
is
machine has a
precious,
little sensor.
work can always wait.
And so
99%
it's
of
telling me
people
that I'm
over
out of
50
bobbin
already
thread.
have the virus that causes shingles. Not everyone at risk will develop it, but I did. The painful, blistering rash disrupted
Oh,
my
it
life
pops.
for weeks.
Good. At least I don't have to
Go learn
wind
about your
wind,
shingles risk the
wind
hard way.
a new
Talk to
bobbin.
your doctor or pharmacist today. Sponsored by
Lakrita, have you ever used one of those independent bobbin winders? They look so cool, but I've never bought one. I thought it was a waste. So I've never used it. Okay. Now I just need to stitch the other side. But what I was saying before, I thought I had run out of bobbin thread, was that I like to tack down. I needed to change that needle anyway. After you've sewn with a needle they recommend changing your needle every 4 hours. I don't think I change my needles that often, but if your fabric starts to snag or you get pulls in your fabric, that's the worst. And that means you have a dull needle or the tip is broken. Okay, why aren't you? Look, I'm talking about my machine. It would be horrible. I'd be bobbing. Not yet. It's on my wish list along with some pre-wound ones. Okay. 4 hours. I've used needles for years. Oh my God, Lakrita, you weren't sewing silk, because silk will let you know. Silk will say, excuse me, ma'am. Hello. You need to change me. And if you don't, I am going to make your project look like garbage. You need to change me. Change me now. And some polyester fabric, because a dull needle causes the thread to pull. So if you've ever seen little pulls in your fabric, it's coming from your needle not being sharp. So, and I can usually tell when I start to get those pulls, it's like, up, my needle is dull, and I just throw it away. I don't even try to save it. Some people, I don't know if you remember years ago, the tomato that everybody used, and it had the little strawberry on the end with the sand in it. Well, they used that to sharpen the ends of needles, like you poked it through back and forth, and that's how it would sharpen the end of the needle. And so that works. Sometimes it's like a sharpener, like a pencil sharpener. So that's pretty cool. So this is what I've done. So I've sewn these edges down. So now I can go back to the design over here. And before I stitch, I think I'm gonna stitch these edges down, because then I'll be done with all of my machine stitching. The rest I'll have to do by hand. So I'm just gonna put my pieces back on back here. Stitch that down. And again, Lakrita, some of this I'm doing by hand because I wanted the pockets to still be functional. Okay, I've got blue over there. I'm going to do blue over here. And then the rest of that I'm going to have to stitch by hand, but until that time, I'm just going to stitch these edges down. I love the fact that the needle stops in the down position on this. Because that's another reason why your thread pulls out, because the needle pulls up and you don't have enough of a tail on your thread, and so then it pulls out and you have to keep threading your machine. It used to happen to my students all the time, and it's like, it keeps pulling out. It's like, your thread tail isn't long enough. That's why. And a shout out to some of my former students because we still have fun together. They're young adults now, and we talk. We go out to lunch, and we talk about old times. And one of my students, her name is Terry. And I was like, Terry, I don't remember you being getting in trouble in my class. She said, "Oh, Miss Hunt, I used to have a mouth. And so I used to write me up for my mouth." I would love to get my straight pens way too sharp. Oh, you would get your straight pens. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, am I going to change? No, I'm going to stitch this one with I'm going to stitch the outer one with the blue. Okay. Before I realized I needed glasses, I used to get so frustrated because I didn't know what was going on. It's like, I cannot see this black thread. What in the world is going on? Because I didn't grow up wearing glasses. I wanted to wear glasses as a child, stupid me. Um, but I didn't know what was going on until my husband took me for an eye exam. And then they came out laughing when the doctor says, "Okay, you can pick from any of these." Oh, yeah. "You can pick from any of these glasses right here." And I was like, oh, I finally made it. I finally joined the glasses crew. And now I hate them. There's everything. Where are my glasses? Okay. And I am cutting some of these threads inside. You want your work to look just as nice on the inside as it does on the outside. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. So now I've got to figure out I'm gonna put, I want that going this way. Yeah. Okay. Gonna take my little button off right here. Move that out of the way. I'll put that back because I gotta sew that on by hand. And I think I want a lighter. Well, I don't have to because the pocket is navy blue. So I think I'm just gonna tack that. Let's see. So I'm stitching these pieces that I cut off. We cut these off of the hem of, I can't go too far with this because like I said, I don't want to close my pocket. Okay, you're having a rough time and I understand, but I need you to stitch through this heavy duty stuff and be happy. Okay, we are not breaking another needle, so you need to just stop it. I talk to my machine sometimes. Oh, and I have an eye. Okay. Yeah, I'll catch that little bit by hand. Sometimes some of this, actually, I wonder if I can stitch that across. I'm gonna try to stitch that across. I'm gonna go back up at the top of that pocket when I finish this and try to stitch it. Oh, you know what? Duh! I put it on the wrong way because I wanted it to go this way. Oh, guess what? I gotta cut that little bit off that I just sewed. See, that happens. As surely as you sow, you shall rip. And I put this going the wrong direction. I wanted it to go the opposite direction so that, because these two pockets are in the back, and so this would be going the same way. I wanted it to go the opposite way. So guess who has to sit and take this out? Thankfully, we have seam rippers. Oh, that wasn't too bad. You can you move the camera? There is something blocking it. Uh-oh. What's blocking the camera? I think it turned it off. It wasn't blocked, the thing turned it off. That's what happened. The little button got pushed in. There. Is that better? So I don't know if you saw on camera, I had to take the little denim scrap off because I had it going the wrong way. I want that to go down or up. I think I want it to go up.
For over 6 decades, Nance Cacciatore has been the go-to law firm in Brevard County for those impacted by car accidents.
Our local, nationally recognized attorneys have a proven track record of winning major compensation
And
for our clients.
you know
US
what?
News and World Report has designated only a
I
single
think
firm in Brevard County as
I'm
Tier
gonna
1,
make it
and that
easy on
firm is
myself.
Nance Cacciatore.
If you
And
or
I'm
a
gonna
loved one
tack
has
that
been involved in an auto accident, call
in that corner
321-777-7777.
by
Local
hand
firm.
because that pocket
Legendary
is like
results.
super thick.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida.
So I got one
Every
more thing
year,
to do
lives
on
are
the
lost
sewing
in work
machine,
zones
and
because of
then
speeding and distractions. When you see
I
orange
am
cones,
done,
remember,
and I'll
slow
sew the
down,
rest by
follow
hand.
the
Let me
signs, and stay
open this up. The
focused.
worst thing is
Workers are
sewing your
counting on
project
you
to
to
gut.
get home
It's
safely,
great
and
here
so are their
with
families.
Streamer.
Let's work
Aww.
together to prevent accidents and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation.
Okay, can you see
Slow your
now?
roll.
Yeah.
Safety's the goal.
Okay, I got one more thing to stitch on the machine, and then I can go back and catch those last two pieces by hand, and then I am done. So I'm gonna stitch this down. And it's nothing like thinking you're sewing and your thread has come out and your needle is just moving up and down and you are not stitching a thing. Yeah, how about that? Nothing like stitching with no thread. Invisible thread. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so my thread must have come out in the bobbin because this is the second time. Or I don't have any bobbin thread. Okay. And this is what happens when you put a different color thread on your bobbin. So I ran out, but guess what? I can't use this Singer bobbin because it's a different bobbin, and I only have a little bit to sew, so I'm going to cheat. Rather than wind the bobbin on the machine, I am going to wind a little bit on my bobbin just to stitch that part. And that's another thing they tell you, which I agree with. You should not wind one color on top of another. However, when you're in a pinch, you have to do what works. And since this is one of those times where I do not want to wind a bobbin right now, I'm going to wind this little bit of thread on this bobbin on top of that brown thread. And we're going to be good to go to sew that last little piece on this sewing machine. There. So for the third time, sewing that one little corner. Let's go. Come on, let's make it work. Act like you know somebody. Okay. Okay. And now I'm gonna stitch again over there. Then I just have one more corner. Quiet for a little bit because I am focused on this little corner. I do not want my thread to break again. Okay, so I got one more little stitch and then all of the machine sewing is going to be done, and then the rest I will do by hand. Okay. We understand. Oh, good night, Teddy. Thank you for staying so long. I'm thankful for all you West Coasters. I don't know if I still have any East Coasters up with hanging with me, but I'm so close to finishing. Okay. I just got to do. Okay. I'm scared to move my machine now. This has a great clamp on it. But again, like I said, it's the table. It's not the clamp itself, it's the table. Okay. So I'm going to take this off again. And then I'm just going to stitch this down. And I'm going to use the same technique I used before. And you know, earlier I started to tell you I found this cute little pin thing that wraps around your wrist, and it was a peep. Like it looks like one of the peeps. And it was so cute. Okay, that is not the straight pin. I mean the needle that I had. See, some of these threads have nothing to do with me. They were already in there. Okay. Where is my needle? Okay, needle. You can come out wherever you are. And I do at my studio have this little cute contraption that has needles in it. And I put the needles right back in it. So I do have some organization. I'm going to use this needle. It's a little bit bigger than the other one that I was using, but it'll work. And then my other one will turn up. Still have just a workout while we're watching. Oh, cool. Do some strength training for me. That's better. Again, I'm going back to my single thread. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a slip stitch. I'm going to pick up fabric from the bottom from the denim and then the cotton on top. And the goal with the slip stitching is so that you don't see where it was stitched. Cut that thread. The other needle was definitely, I liked it better. It wasn't as thick. This one's a little bit thicker. And sometimes when you're doing fine handwork, the thinner needles are better. So, oh, had to make sure I wasn't stitching my pocket down. Find time to check. And guess what? Yours truly was sewing the pocket down. Because briefly, for a moment, I forgot. Okay, let's do that again. Let's do that again. And I'm going to put my little thing in the packet, if I could find it. Well, here it is, so that I don't sew the packet down again. So the cardboard inside the pocket keeps me from sewing to the back of the fabric. And my straight pin just pulled the thread out of the needle. Oh, thank you, Reaper. Thank you. I hear some tapping. And I am like, it better not be a gecko. It just better not be. Because he would die tonight. For those of you who don't know, I hate critters. I hate frogs. I hate geckos. There were 2 in my studio, and my neighbor, the artist, she was like, "Oh, if you give me a cup, I'll get it out."
Chocolate lovers are
And
going
I was like,
absolutely
yes,
bananas over
please.
new Bluebell Banana Fudge ice
And
cream.
so she took him
It's the
out, and
result of
then
tasting
he
two
was on
awesome
her
flavors
hand, and I
combined
was
in
like,
one
oh my
fell swoop.
gosh,
Take
come
Bluebell
wash
Banana
your
Fudge,
hands.
a wonderful, rich
I
milk
said,
chocolate ice
she
cream,
said,
and
look
swirl
at
it
him.
with a
He's
scrumptious
so
banana-flavored ice
cute.
cream. Mmm. Your
I was
favorite
like,
banana fudge bar is now in a
no,
carton.
ma'am. No, ma'am. He is cute in his environment,
It's
but
Work
when he
Zone
comes in
Awareness
my
Week, Florida.
environment,
Every year,
he's
lives
got
are
to
lost in
go.
work zones because of
He's got
speeding
to
and
go.
distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers
I
are
don't know why I
counting on
can't
you
see
to get home
some of the
safely, and so are
comments.
their families. Let's work together to prevent accidents and save lives. A
Okay.
safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Okay. Ooh, this was jazzy. I could dance and sew. This almost sounds like elevator music. Next floor, lingerie, perfumes, and whatever else your personal needs may cause or call for. I really like this design, but honestly, I had no idea that it was gonna take this long to complete it. Honestly. I am just hand stitching this little piece down. I would have tacked it if the underside had been stitched like the belt part up top, but it's just this, the seams are just pressed under, and so I don't want them to open up, so which means I need to stitch it down. Sometimes when you're using remnants and scraps, you have to do what will make it work. And since making this way, like instead of making a tube and like I did the belt, see how it's stitched on the inside? This one is open. Let's see if you can see that. This one is open. So that's why I'm stitching it down, so that that stays stitched down. can't wait to do the anime jacket design. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I just need some, if I change the sleeves out. See, sometimes when I'm working on one project, in my mind, I might be working on another one. And I'm thinking about taking the sleeves out of the denim jacket to make it more like a bomber jacket style, with the sleeves, I mean, being a knit fabric. But not being in the garment district, if I was in the garment district, I could find the rib knit for the ends of the sleeves. I don't have, I might have to look on that online place and see if I could find the rib knit. Okay, how am I gonna do this? It's gonna go like, does it go like that? Does it go like that? It goes like that. Or does it go like that? I think I did it like that. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Just gonna stitch this other piece. Stitch that down and do that. And then I am done. But I am gonna switch this thread. When I clean up, we need to start linking your website. Yes, whoever buys this design is going to be so stylish. Yeah, it'll find the right owner. The right owner needs this design. Somebody who's not going to be afraid to stand out and really rock this design. Now, if I was the hot glue queen, this would have been done hours ago. And the quality would be the same. And I'm not knocking anybody that chooses to do that for themselves. But again, when I'm selling a product and I'm walking in my purpose as a designer, I have to make sure that it follows the quality that I demand for my brand. So I don't know how to get around it. I don't know how to get around the small detail work like this. Oh, and one of the things I had mentioned earlier, what I had been up to, I don't know if I mentioned that my teacher certification is getting ready to expire this year, and I need 120 in-service credits in order to renew my teacher certificate. And so far, I have completed almost 30. So I have to do that because yours truly didn't do it over time. So I need to do that before the end of May. Get those credits in. So that's another reason why I've been kind of absent lately. I've been working on, because they pile it on. It's like so much reading, and whereas years ago we used to go to these workshops, and when I went back to school for my master's degree, I had several credits, in-service points that carried over. I think almost 2 or 3 years I had so many in-service points. But now, since I haven't been, oh, I forgot this. I was teaching kindergarten for 5 weeks too. They were so adorable. I'm going on a field trip with them on May the 1st, and they were so cute. I did a short-term assignment for their teacher who had been out on maternity leave, and I promised the kids that they would see me again, because they just couldn't understand why, even though their teacher was coming back, why I had to leave. And that just warmed my heart. They were so sweet. I mean, yeah, they were mischievous, some of them, mischievous, some of them, but it was a good, like it was stuff that you expected for that age group. And they would always, I told somebody, if I said I didn't get enough hugs when I was subbing those doing the short-term assignment for the kindergarten class, I would be lying, because it was like a chain reaction. One of them would hug me, and then the next one would hug me, and the girls. And then why did I make the mistake of telling them that my grandsons would, like one of my grandson would pretend like he was going to hug me and then tickle me? All the boys did that to me. They're like, just want a hug. And then before I knew it, they were trying to hug me and tickle me at the same time. It was hilarious. And some of the girls would come up to me and say, I just want to hug you, and I promise you I won't tickle you. So I'll get to, it was about 17 kindergartners, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed being with them, and I truly missed them when I left. And it was so funny because they were so smart. And I said, wow, some of these kindergartners pay better attention than some of my middle school students did. Because I taught middle school and high school, primarily middle school though. I taught I taught them. I thought for a minute my mic was muted. I hope we can get some fashion school streams. Oh, of course, absolutely, absolutely. I want to make some Barbie doll designs. Some, maybe some Barbie doll uh, cosplay outfits. Okay. The here. So I just have this to do, and then I am done on this particular, you notice I said on this particular belt. Okay, now I need the blue thread. Guess I had a lot of energy from playing pickleball today. As I actually played pickleball twice today. Okay, so now I am going to, somebody asked me about a thimble earlier. This is when a thimble would be useful. Because these corners of these denim pockets
has been the go-to law firm in
are
Brevard
thick,
County for those impacted
extremely
by car
thick.
accidents.
Our local, nationally recognized attorneys have a proven track record of winning major compensation for our clients.
U.S. News and World Report
And
has
so this is
designated
where
only
you
a single
could
firm in Brevard County as Tier 1, and that firm
actually
is Nance Cacciatore.
If you or a loved one has been involved in an auto accident, call 321-777-7777.
stick your finger because you're trying to poke it through
Legendary results.
something that's so
Where
thick.
do you experience the power of the human
So
spirit? At Advent Health, we see the
next time I'm
resilience
gonna
and
have
uncommon
to
compassion of the human spirit at work every
have
day
my
in our dedicated
thimble
clinical and
ready
non-clinical
for
team
something
members.
like
That's
this.
why we're ready to care for you with top-tier benefits,
But
including career
this is better
development,
than
student loan support, paid parental leave, and
trying
much
to
more.
go
Answer
through,
your calling.
do
and
it
join
on
our
the
team
machine.
at Advent Health. Visit answeryourcalling.com.
Okay,
That's
now I'm gonna sew this,
answeryourcalling.com.
sew the little button on in that corner. You know what's funny? I'm sitting here thinking that sometimes some of the details, like somebody might buy something and say, well, I want to change that up. I don't like that. And of course, you could do whatever you want to do once you've purchased something. But I'm sitting here thinking about all of the labor I've invested into this, and Natasha and I both have invested in this. And if to have somebody say, "Oh, I want to change. I'm taking those buttons off, or I'm taking that piece off. I don't like it." There's always that possibility. Zoom out a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Okay. Okay. Stay. Okay, I'm hoping that okay. So I'm tacking this down like I did the top part, and then tying a knot with the thread on the inside. And I'm just tacking this. It doesn't have to be sewn like it's going to be used. So there. Take that out. So now that's pat down. And I'm going to do the same thing to the end. But I need some more thread. This better be the first one that sells. Oh my goodness. I think I'm gonna style it with I've got to, let's see, tack this side down. I gotta get in there. Okay, that's not working. I think I am. Oh, okay. I thought I was not catching it, or catching the inside of the pocket fabric too much, but it's fine. Okay. Okay, I am tacking that down. Tacking the end of the packet down. Then I just have to do the other side, and then voila, it is finito. Well, until I glue the piece for the little pin I'm gonna make for it. Okay, so that side is done. Now I just have to do this side. And then it is done. Okay. That is tacked. I'm going to do that in the middle, but I'm going to grab, I think, nah. I was thinking I could use that same piece of thread, but all I need is for it to be too short to tie a knot at the end. So no thank you. I'd rather just get a new thread. And tack this through the pocket, but again, making sure that it's not caught so that my pocket is free on the inside. And because this isn't structurally doing anything, just a couple of tacks is fine. Okay, I've got one more thing to do. And that's this other corner here. This little corner. This corner. Let me take the button off. Then attack this corner like I did the other side and put that up there so I won't lose my button and be saying, oh, where's my button? Where did it go? See, that is not what I want to do. Okay. So now I'm going to stitch my button on. I was just thinking I should do an auction with these belts and start the auction off at a certain point and then let them bid. Because honestly, this is a lot of work. And you can't look at the raw materials and say, oh, well, it should cost. You got to look at the totality of the product and the project. Okay. Got this. I am tacking that on the inside. And I think we should do it on TikTok Live or whatnot. Oh. I'm always scared on whatnot because I haven't been on whatnot since I wasn't doing an auction, so maybe an auction would do better. That would be cool. So here we are. I'm gonna close it up. I'll button it so we can see the finished product. And then this little piece, I still have to make it into a pin. And it is, I had it pinned. What did I do with my safety pin?
Step aboard a Disney cruise and discover where memories meet adventure, where escape meets imagination, where magic meets the sea.
So that it doesn't get
Disney
lost,
Cruise Line.
I've got to make that
The doctor's office that accidentally
into
mixed up your
a
files
little pin
has your social security
that
number.
can be
The
removed.
power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your
And I
passport.
use E6000 to
LifeLock
do
because
that.
your personal info
So
is
that's
in
going to
endless
go
places that
there.
can expose
Let's
you to
see.
identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points
So
every
that
second.
pin
If your
is
identity
going to
stolen,
go
we'll
there.
fix it. Guaranteed or your money back.
So I
Save
am
up to
going
40% your
to
first year at lifelock.com
switch so I can
Spotify.
show you
Terms apply.
guys on
This is Hits
screen.
2025.
So this is what we have.
Benson Boone, Lizzo, Teddy Swims, and more. Listen
So
now
that's how
on
the front
Spotify.
looks. And that's how the back looks. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you for joining this marathon. I don't even know, my watch died. 2 o'clock. Wow. Wow. It's raid time. Okay, I don't know how to raid, so tell me how to raid. I know you do the hashtag. I don't know how to find like people to raid. Yes, I do have my phone. Virtual. So, thank you for stream. Oh, thank you, Reaper. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, now you guys got to help me find somebody to raid. Because I don't know how to do that. Okay, my stream manager. Okay. I'm in stream manager. What do I do now? I'm on my phone in stream manager. Okay. I see a button that has quick actions. Is that the one? Okay. Okay, then what? I clicked on quick actions. Is raid the orange one with the that looks like a little I'll look for a parachute. Okay. It says no rateable channels available for your channel. I can't raid. Yep. No rateable channels available for your channel, so I can't raid. Boo, boo, boo. I'll get there. So, thank you. Good night, everybody. Or good morning. Okay. Everybody have a great, fabulous night. Type it into the chat. Okay. I tried that once before. So backslash. So what do I need to do? Oh. I don't see. I don't know how to raid. Oh, /. Okay. And then just type raid. I don't think it's available for me because I don't even see it. Okay. So /. I'm on the computer now. And when it goes away. Let's see. At /. Okay, I'm typing it, and so after that, do I just hit enter? It's not letting me. Oh, the hello, sweetie. No, it's not letting me. I'm typing it in and hitting in. Oh, wait. No. Okay. Yeah, because I'm hitting enter. I've typed it in and it's not letting me. It's not letting me. Yeah, it's not letting me. Alrighty. Good night.